candidates, locals, and online people. This is the all candidates meeting, reference to Namgis election for 4 councillors on Friday the 13th, 2013. And my name is Jamie Taylor. I'm the electoral officer. What we'll do is, it's going to be a challenge, as it was last time. We have so many candidates, and there's always so many questions. I'm going to try to limit each person's response to 2 to 3 minutes, please. And that'll still be a challenge. We have many issues that always come up. What I'm going to ask is that people that ask questions, ask a direct question. It will be about one issue. We don't want multifaceted questions. Then we'll start alphabetically at this end of the table, and each person will have a chance to answer a question. And then the second question will begin with the next person down at the table. That seems to have worked for us in the past, and we'll continue that. If we get a question, a second question that is the same issue, we'll have to bypass it. Okay, because we want to try to cover as many issues as we can. Now, candidates, of course, you can answer questions however you like, obviously, but I urge you to take the opportunity, because each issue will only be touched on by one question, to expand on that and cover, your platform on that issue each time you speak. Okay? I hope that's clear enough. I'll make slight gestures if someone's running over. Try to limit your responses so that we can get enough questions and issues covered. Okay? We can start with opening statements from each of the candidates. We'll start at this end of the table. And if you would like to go first, please. Yes? Sorry? Certainly.
Father, we come to you tonight, and we thank you for being with us, and we ask that you just be with us here tonight as we gather to have our people, Lord, meet, and we just ask for guidance for everything that happens here tonight, and just be with us. This we ask in your name. Amen.
Short enough. With your opening statement, you can begin, Controller.
Good evening, I'm Consuela Cook, and I was nominated for council, and I accepted, and see how it goes.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Good evening, guys. My name is Shelley Cook. Chris and Eva are my mom and dad. And I've been nominated. My uncle wanted me to run because he thinks I can do some good things and make a difference. I'm here because I want to stop complaining about the band. I want to stop complaining about how the business is run. I want to start learning about how it works. And I really want to learn about treaty and what that means, and because I have so much fear about it, I just want to learn about it so I can make the best decisions that we need to. I want to be the voice for the people. The bridge is what I want to be, is the bridge between, okay, hang on, I'm just a little bit nervous. Mom, could you sit in the back, please? No, I'm just teasing. No, I'm just teasing. I don't have anything to sell. I don't have anything to sway or convince you. Well, I'm here because I'm interested. I feel that I can make a difference. I feel that I can be a bridge between the people and council, administration. So I'm not here to be attacked or abused. I'm here to be in service. I want to be here to be helpful and be in service to the people, and I'm going to try this route. I don't want you to vote for me because you love me. I want you to vote for me because you think I'll be a better be. And that's the bottom line of why I'm here, so thank you.
Hi, I'm Arthur Dick. I've been on council for a few years. I stand on my honesty, and everywhere I go, I look for work for our people, try and get as many of our people to work. I could talk forever about things that we've accomplished, and some of our people are working because of the things that we have done in the past, and I just hope that we can continue to work together to get more work for the people here and to get more training. You know, we started driver's license courses and stuff like that so that our people would qualify. As one of the requirements for working for the band is to have a valid driver's license, and we had tough times filling jobs because of that. So now that we've got that and all that stuff we've put in place, I'm on the forestry portfolio. We're negotiating with the province and Western Forest Products right now, and it doesn't look good, to tell you the truth. And I'll be letting you guys know more about it when we complete our negotiations. So it's a tough go here. I haven't been coming to the meetings that have been held locally because the mandate we got from the group of us as a caucus decided that we were to come and get what you want, and the staff was coming to collect that information, and we put that on the table and go and do our best to make an honest effort to get what you want on the table. So that's about all I have to say. I just thank you all for being here. I like this one.
Hello, my name is Sharon Gordon, and I have been on council for 2 years now, and it has been a real big learning curve. There is so much going on, and I have never learned so much in such a short order, and there's so much to learn. I mean, God, with all the projects the band is involved in, there's just so much going on right now, and, you know, we hear that people are unaware of all the projects, the Otley Forest, the Orcasand and Gravel, the Run of the River project. There's lots going on, and there's so much to learn, but I'm really enjoying it. I really feel that, and I'm sure my fellow councillors would agree that I am very vocal when we're sitting at the table where decisions are being made. I speak up for our membership. I really believe in equality and fairness and justice for all. And sometimes I'm alone, you know, standing by my values. So I'm very value oriented, and I really care about people and having being able to represent people who don't have a voice. So I would really love to continue to be of service to the Namgis members. My portfolio currently is housing, and I'm excited because in revolving housing, as you all are aware, we've been dealing with people who have been unable to make their payments, and we fell really into arrears. Well, that's changing, turning around now, where the band will now be building 2 new homes in the new fiscal year, which is really exciting. And we're looking at other options for housing and what we can do to meet the need. There's a real severe shortage of homes for our people. So I'm really enjoying being on the housing committee and being a critical thinker, thinking about what can we do, what's not working, why isn't it working. So always asking questions and looking for information, ways of doing things better. Another thing that I'm on a committee and being on the treaty team, and like Arthur said, this round of meetings that have been taking place in Vancouver, Victoria, and Alert Bay for community, their information sessions directed for our membership. And Chief and Council have not been at those meetings, and it's a decision that was made that it's time for us to really hear what the people feel and think, concerns. So it sounds like it's going really well. I'm so happy that we have Deb Hanyus working for us. She's amazing, and she's a wonderful person to have on our team. We're very fortunate she's back home. I would love to be voted in again to continue the work. 2 years is not enough time. You kind of just wet your feet. And so I'd like to carry on and continue to be a voice for the people. Thank you.
I'm Stanley Hunt. I'm running for council because of love of our land, our people, children, elders. Recently, there was a vote of non-confidence. And I think the people want change. And I'd like to be part of that change. My platform is our youth and our elders. When you take a look at the way the treaty set out, on the effective date, there is going to be no more Indian status. Where are our kids going to be? We talk about getting our land across the other side, more land. There is no plans, none, about how we're going to develop anything. The question that was posed to me was, if we have all that land and it becomes fee simple, are we all going to get a piece of land first? Are we all going to have land designated to us? Or is it just going to be the reserve Indians that are going to be looking after things there, and you still leave the outsides, the off-reserve people out of the loop here? One of the things we got to remember, there are no boundaries anymore. We have people from the other end of town working for us. We can telecommunicate with each other. We can move around to do certain things. We can get off the island to go to school. There are no boundaries for us. We can do whatever we want to do. but we can't at the moment because we're under the Indian Act. And this is why the treaty, I think, was put in place in the first place, so that we could control our own destiny. And
I'm not too sure. Part of the thing that was expressed to me was that the whole treaty process was a top-down thing. When you went to a meeting, the treaty process was already put in place, and you had to try to explain that to the people. The people didn't have a chance to say too much about it there because it was already put together for you. Well, I think some of our people that voted against the treaty to go ahead want to see if there's any chance of stopping it or changing it. Hopefully, we can, with me sitting on council again, that we can take a look at it so it's going to be better for everybody. But I think one of the things that really need to be looked at is our elders. I believe that when council goes on a traveling trip or through a meeting, if you can get $1,200 just for a day or so's meeting, I think the elders on the sick leave or going down to see a doctor should get equivalent. Because we got to stop looking at how cheap McDonald's is and what's the cheapest hotels for our elders. We got to look after them better. All of us are getting there. Some getting there faster. So we need to deal with that. I think what we're going to end up doing is we're going to get back to why should we give up things that we already had? Taxation for one. Why should we be paying income tax when other communities have gone forward and won? We don't have access to our sea resources. We don't even have a chapter for it. As soon as that effective date comes in place, they're not going to have to deal with us anymore about fishing or any of that other stuff that's in the sea. So I guess the thing right now is that I take my hat off to the young people that are out there doing the best they can, struggling because there is no employment here. How are you going to tax people when you're not able to have gainful employment here? Thank you.
And thanks, Pastor Joseph, my mother Donna Marie Henry, Father Robert Joseph. It's a little paper I got out of the USA, so I'd like to see, my goal would be to create a stronger link between the people of the band council, encourage more training opportunities with the band members, more access to elected members by people, build a good relationship with band council administration and band members. Good communication and strong consultation, keeping the band members well informed and educated about the treaty process. Want members to make a sound decision on information provided. And support council and good direction in creating wealth and employment for the people. Yeah. What kind of stuff? That's why I'm here anyway. That's it.
I'm not sure if it's just this mic. It's kind of sounding a bit tinny. Leila Tesla, Nugwa Mayanis. My name is Noreen Smith. My parents are Vera Newman and Roy Cranmer Sr. I want to thank the band membership for having the confidence. I'm just finishing my first term this year in December. It's been a really rewarding experience. Some of the portfolios I've held since I've been on council since December 2010 have been housing, treaty, health, hiring committee. Every committee has its different areas. There's way too much to put it into one thing, but I've used my first year on council to sit and listen to the people who have been on council for many years. And I find after my first year, going to my second and third year, that I found my voice and were able to speak up at council meetings. Thank you for the opportunity, for having the confidence in me to do that. It's just been very rewarding, and I'd like to continue the work for our Numberley First Nation. One thing that touched my heart a bit in June when my son Moses ran for Salmon Prince, he talked a bit about politics and how he sees that going, and I was quite proud of his answer. He talked about chief and council listening to the people and making them number one and not forgetting that you speak for the tribe. So that was my goal. I'd like to continue working for you. And thank you everyone for coming tonight. And for those who are tuning in online. Is that on now? I'm going to slide over here so I'm not leaning over. Good evening, everyone. My name is Kelly Stark. I look around the room, and of course I recognize faces and see friends and family, but I also know that there are people in the room who don't know who I am. I grew up in Alert Bay. I lived here until I was a young adult. While I was here, I grew up in a family where involvement in the community was a critical activity. We used to laugh and talk about how, we felt like we grew up in the band office because, of course, my mother was there in administration and later on in the council. So band affairs were a big part of my upbringing, and I was very involved in all sorts of community activities before I went away. With band support, I left and I went off to pursue my higher education, and I did get a bachelor and a master's degree. And what's, I think, important to me is I left because I wanted to understand why were our people in the situation they were in. So when I was at university, I studied Canadian government, Aboriginal self-government, and the administration of public services as it was practiced in Canada. For 25 years, I worked as a senior official for both at the federal and provincial government level. In that time, I became a very experienced decision maker. I understand how to solve complex problems and to work with people. I was guided in that work by a profound respect for what people bring to the table, whether it's their concerns, whether it's their ideas, whether it's their solutions. I believe in collaboration, and I think that that is a critical part of moving forward in our community. I think that there is a huge opportunity that we have not yet tapped into as Numberley people, and that in fact is the talents and skills and desires of all of our people. I think that there is an opportunity to engage in some processes where we try and figure out where do we want to be in 5 years and 10 years. How do we wish to develop our capacity? I heard words from my colleagues at the table here about, we need to be focused on the future. We need to be ensuring that in the future we have the capacity to meet the kind of services we want. We have an incredibly amazing range of services. I have had the opportunity to travel across Canada, and we would be the envy of many First Nations communities. Unfortunately, though, a service economy doesn't mean we want other people to come here and spend their money in our community. We want them to transfer that wealth through our hard work. So what we need, in my view, is a focus around developing a sustainable economy that builds on what are some of our strengths and history around the land and obviously the ocean, the fishermen. But also, what are the opportunities out there? How do we maintain and build a community that we want to live in? But we do it through having other people engage with us in a business way, as customers, as partners. We need to generate that capacity. I have listened to the anger, I've listened to the frustration that people have expressed over many years in many, many meetings. People would see a better future, and I think we need to build our capacity to get there. I'm guided by today values of being positive. I like to build on strength. I think earlier one of the people mentioned, I don't want to be a part of just whining about a problem. What can I do to help contribute to making
our dreams and desires come true. One of the things that I think I can contribute as a member of the council is I'm essentially a problem solver. I like to get things done, and that has been my track record throughout my career. One of my sources of pride, quite frankly, is that in all of the work that I've been able to do while I have lived away is actually contribute to problems and solutions focused on Aboriginal people wherever they have lived. And so, while I haven't been here, the issues and challenges that this community, the members have faced here, I have been aware and been a part of solutions for people who've lived elsewhere. So I'd like to be able to contribute that to the community. I would like to be a part of creating and building on what we have here already in the community. So I look forward to the opportunity to answer questions on specific topics. And I just want to end by thanking all of these people who have stepped forward to take on the candidacy and to be a potential leader in our community. It's a huge responsibility, and it's one which, if you chose to elect me, you would know I would be committed to upholding your trust through every decision that I'm involved in making. So thank you.
Thank you all. It's been a long journey, and yes, we are doing a lot of work within council. And I will be asking your continued support in re-electing me as Nungi's councillor. Some of the issues probably differ than a lot of other people, but it's, I believe, we need to stop or slow down the process right now regarding treaty. We all need to better understand everything. All the cards need to be put on the table. And Nungi's Council and Nungi's Caucus need to start answering the questions to our membership, from our membership. Let's start implementing solutions, like our previous speaker just said, such as determining what lands must be protected to maintain our culture within Aboriginal rights to be protected in areas where we all can live, hunt, fish, cut trees, or whatever it may be, and so on, to be managers of our land. We have to start taking over. Some of you have heard how much the Department of Fisheries is downsizing and getting rid of their own staff, and how they're working towards maybe as First Nations being the managers. So you have to, right now, we have to somehow figure out how we're going to be in the field to be able to function and do that job that needs to be done. I think treaty, AIP, I believe we need to find alternatives to treaty. We need to move forward and provide a better future for people that don't have the answers. But I do realize that treaty may not be the best interest of our nation. And I've never seen our nation so fractured before, just by that one word. Patient travel. I've heard so much now in the years of being in council of how our patient travel is not very good. I think Nungi's Council, administration, and the health board should look at the options for funds to purchase for transportation. Maybe a bus, shuttle, or van that will provide jobs for our people to escort them and assist all our members who have medical appointments off the island. That's one of the solutions I've looked at. Housing, Nungi needs to seek funds to assist with rebuilding a revolving housing fund or establish a new pot of funds to start building homes for our members. We heard one of our councilors say we're doing that. It's starting to get a little better. The housing list is very large and continues to grow. We must work on starting to get our members into new houses or apartments. Employment, jobs, and education. We need to find ways to bring our people back home. I think when we send our people to get education, there has to be some capacity for them to come back home. Our students leave to educate themselves but don't have many choices that bring them back to our nation. I have faith in our new economic development officer, council, and administration. We can work together to offer better opportunities to make this happen. Of course, my portfolio is fish, all aquatics, resources. I'm a member of the Island Marine Aquatic Working Group. It's called IMOG. I'm also a member of the main table for all our Kwakwiwak people. It's called Roadmap. I travel often for these meetings. Fish is very important to me and our people, and I fight to protect their rights. Time. Just a little further to you. Namgis needs transformation, change in all aquatic resources within our traditional territory. We must go back to managing the resources the way we did in the past. I believe Namgis leaders need to support and protect Namgis nation's fishing rights through a holistic approach. Creating a unity ensures the Namgis community and their future children unborn yet stay healthy.
Thank you, Greg. Good evening. My name is William Edward Watson. For those of you that didn't know that, I'm commonly known as Bill, or Billy, or William, when people are angry at me. But this is my first opportunity to run for any public office. And I have really dedicated myself to running for this office, and I would appreciate any support that I can get. My background is in the business. I won't go back to my fishing and logging and the construction days, but I guess it can all help you wherever you go and whatever you do, especially as a band counselor. But I worked in band government for close to 30 years, starting way back in 1982 with the Namgis as a assistant band manager, and then I moved on to what we call the Musqueam Chowdhury Tribal Council Integrated Resource Management Demonstration Project. You should have seen my business cards; they were about 12, 14 inches long. And then I moved on to being the executive director of the Musqueam Chowdhury Tribal Council, and at that time the Namgis were members of that tribal council. And then leaving that, I went to work for the Denaktal First Nation, where we established a village and a wharf and a breakwater and all of those necessities, infrastructure, so that they could rebuild their village and move home. I am the co-chair of the Namgis Constitution Development Committee, along with Dixon Taylor as the other co-chair. We've been working as volunteers with our committee, which are very committed to what we're doing, developing a constitution for the Namgis people. And our thoughts on this and our belief is that as long as we're living under the Indian Act, we'll be living under the Indian Act. And a lot of people are very comfortable in the Indian Act, living under the Indian Act. But we feel that it's time that we define how we're going to govern ourselves and how we're going to move forward as a government. And we have been mandated to present the first draft of this to the membership in May of the upcoming year. I have a huge concern about our youth and our elders. Not to say that I don't have concerns about our membership, but they seem to be the two ends of the spectrum that have been just sort of let fall off the table. And my experience coming to retirement and the pension and spending time with our elders, I found that our programs and that are non-existent anymore. And you know, it's very sad. I mean, and our youth, we have beautiful facilities now. We have great workers, but I feel that this is where our youth will learn the disciplines of life. On the soccer field, on a basketball court, playing basketball, you learn to cooperate. You learn to work together, and you learn to discipline yourself. So, you know, when you're disappointed, you hold yourself back. And it's sports and athletics and recreation are very important in the development of our youth. And I really believe that we have to strengthen that. I've talked to a lot of people of my generation about this, and they all agree. And, you know, it's very, very important that we bring our youth along, teach them the disciplines of life. And this is one place, also at home, I would say. Sometimes our homes don't provide that. And we have a lot of people in this community that can offer lots to our youth. I guess, I think all of it, whether it comes through a increment fee or a self-government agreement with the government, and most of our workers now are getting on. They're getting older. So there's opportunities, and I believe that we have the ideal place in our learning center to present programs for our younger people to train in as guardians, to guard over our resources and our lands. We have, oh my God, I'm not even a quarter of the way through. But okay, quickly, we should be training people in fisheries. A lot of our hatchery crew and our fisheries guardians are you know, they're getting close to retirement and things. I mean, 10 years is nothing. And then again, in the forestry, we have, I really admire the young lady that's working in the forestry. She identified that our community needed a forester, and she took the initiative. She's not a member, but we should be encouraging our membership to pursue these. Once you get a degree, RPF, a degree in forestry, you're not confined to working for the band either. You know, or if you get training to be a fish guardian, you're not confined to be working for the band. You have other opportunities, and I really believe that the training should be of the fullest value, that they get their degrees, not just a technician status. Thank you.
And next we'll hear from Chris. Chris, your opening statement, please.
Oh, thank you. Sorry I was late. I was having a good sleep. Well, I got 2 minutes, and I'd like to thank everybody for being here also. And you know, what I say? I've been into the council for the last, I think I got into the council first 1964. There was approximately 400 people on our band membership. And today we have 1,600. And if we take a look at, you know, like where we are today, over the years we dealt with education, culture, you know, economic development, fisheries, and the Umisla Cultural Center over the years. We got that back. And the things that I see here when you that are faced with us, one was one of the biggest ones in the last few years is treaty. And one of the things that I sat in this room here and we talked about the treaty, and when we voted on the treaty, I think most of us were looking at that we were voting on the treaty, not the AIP, the Agreement in Principle.
And one of the things that I've seen in the last couple of years since I've been out of the council is that the information flow to the Numcleas people through off reserve and on reserve are the same 20, 30 people in Victoria, same 20, 30 people in Vancouver, and the same people here in that. And the information since I've been out of the council, I haven't really heard anything. I've heard some people say they've gone out door to door, but I've never heard who that was or who done that. And I think that we talked about it with the meeting here in the school on Sunday. I think somehow you got to make that treaty be fun. Put all that information out, whatever's on there. I don't think the information flow is going out as well as it should be. I think that we're really, it's not really out there. The fish farms, when you take a look at the school here, this fall, a lot of the different things that have happened in this program we've done 30 years ago in the council. And, you know, what happens that I see is that it takes a lot of time for the councillors to understand what's going on and the new ones coming in. In economic development, I think that you could see that what's happened over the years, the things that we have in our community have been worked on over the past 30 years. And education, one of the things that when we worked in education 30 years ago, we were going to have a school and we were going to have our language, total immersion in our language. And that didn't happen. We have our school. And those are the things there. When you take a look at that farm fish, when it came up, a lot of our people didn't want to do it on the council. And we said, okay, we've been telling everybody that there's all these different things are happening with farm fish. Let's do it and prove it. If it doesn't work, then we can get rid of it. If it works, we're further ahead, and we've already got into the economic part of the farm fish. And I haven't really heard what's happened in the farm fish since I got out of the council. And I would like to see that our information from the council goes to all the different people. I've lived off reserve for 20 years, and I realized that it's almost like we're just different people on off reserve. And I had to remember that we're a council for the people off reserve and on reserve. We all have the right as Numcleas people to have all those different education, culture, economic development, and all the different things that go with it. But like I said, I'm one of the elders. I'm not an oldest Stan. He's way older than me. And I'm going to be 70 years old, and I see a lot of the people. I don't see many youth in here. So I look forward to, if I'm voted in this coming council, to do the best of my ability. I think that I've proved that in the past. I've shared wherever I've gone in the world and the community of the Numcleas people. And I believe that we're second to none in a lot of our different issues. I'd like to thank you all for being here, and thank you.
Okay, that concludes the opening statements by all the candidates that are present. What we'll do now is go to the question-answer period. And so we'll take one question from the audience. If the person would just walk to that mic, please, and ask whatever question you want. Right now is a good time. There's a person there.
My question is, I'm Donna Joseph, and I'm a Numcleas member, proud to be one, and my son is Frank Joseph. And my question tonight is, yes, there's some incredible elders in our community, and yes, we have youth in the community. And I really feel, even though I don't involve myself as much as I should, I have ill health, but I really see a missing link between the elders and the youth. And any one of you can answer this. How do we bridge the gap between the two?
Okay, we'll take that as the question. Thank you. What we'll do is we'll start with Chris at this end and go that way. Chris, you're going to answer the question and try to keep it brief, everyone. We have a lot of questions. One other caution. This is a quite a specific issue, and so we don't want to branch out and cover a whole lot of other issues, or we'll just run way over on our time. Other issues will be covered with other questions. Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Chris.
Donna, when you asked that question, I thought about the first time I went to a council meeting with the elders, Arthur Dick, George Alford, Billy Cook, Jimmy Seaweed, and I kept asking the question. The Indian Nation at the time is, talking about where we're at, and George Alford told me, he said, never ever forget that when you're making a decision in the council, that you're thinking of the youth in 20, 30 years from now. And the thing that I see with the youth is for us to be able to have a youth council, like some of the other bands, and coming together with the youth. How do you do that? And I think you got to speak the same language to the youth. And I think in this, to be able to up here and speak to the elders. I've seen it in Kitkatla, where the youth came up and spoke to all the elders and had a dinner, and none of the older people got up and spoke, just the young people. And I think there is a gap between us, but I think thinking of all of us who are we don't Kinganano, we were able to talk to them in Blixala.
And next, Consuelo.
I think that we should have more youth and elder conference opportunities, like what Vera and them did in the past, getting them together. But we have to get the youth to take part and make it fun so they want to take part and be more involved with the community and want to be a part of what's going on and understand what's going on. And I don't think there's enough of that. So if we can find out how, from the youth, what they want to do, and what they want to be involved in, what's going to get them out there to do more of those events. Thank you.
That's a good question, Auntie. What I'd like to see is just getting them involved and empowering them, creating opportunities for them to be involved, having them here serving coffee, having them here catering for their youth program. When I was the youth worker here for the band, I really learned a lot about the youth in the community. And one of the youth said to me, and this really stuck with me, and I think this is just their perception, is that he said, I'm a Sawictis. He said, that's where I'm from and stuff. And he said, you know what? I don't even know what that means to be Sawictis. I'm from Sawictis, but I've never once stepped on the land. How do I know what it means to be Sawictis if I've never stepped foot on my land? And that really helped me, and he became a part of the program. One of my boys, Scott, said, I was telling him how awesome he is, and he looked at me and said, really? I don't see it. And that, every one of us has got to be responsible to that. It's got to be a community commitment. And I think that us on council can initiate something like that, but it really has to be a community thing. If you're looking to do that, I'm probably your man here. I have a really good connection with the youth, and that's one of my passions is the children and the youth, because they need a voice and they just need somebody to believe in them until they can believe in themselves. Because we have amazing youth. We have beautiful, beautiful youth and children that are just dying to be heard. And I would like to see that too. And I think that it's going to happen. I think that this year it's going to happen. It can't not, especially with the treaty. So I would like to offer an opportunity to just get them connected and make it important for council to hear them. And I mean, they're busy people. It's not like they're sitting around doing nothing. It's just that somebody has to take the step.
Yeah, this comes up just about every time election time comes around, and even at AGMs we talk about our elders and our youth, and it's a pretty sad situation when it gets swept under the rug. And I think we might, as council, we have to designate something to make it an official part of our administration and stuff, so that we can begin to work together. And when you think we have a language problem, that's because we don't put the youth and the elders together. When I was growing up, I was around my grandparents all the time, learning how to speak my language. We don't see that today. When I was out there drinking, I remember I got pulled out of my house by my ear. Auntie Ethel, you come down to Umista. They sent people down 3 times to come and get me, and I kept refusing to go. So finally she came and she grabbed me by the ear and dragged me down there, and she says, "You're going to hum us up for these kids." I don't see that anymore. I don't know what happened to those programs. We have a gift shop down there now, whereas before the elders used to gather there on a daily basis, and somewhere along the line it got lost. I don't know when, but I look at my sister Vera and her children who keep our youth occupied and do things with our culture to teach, and we need to fully involve the community, and if we don't do something outside of the school system with our children, as far as language is concerned, it's going to go because of the bureaucracy that's built around that. It shows up as a deficit to our budget, and we have to satisfy the white man in order to carry on. And there's times when certain individuals wanted to shut that program down, and where else are we going to go? Our big house is locked up. Almost no longer available. So, I've made efforts, and when you're only one vote on council, it's pretty hard to get things done. When people don't agree with you, or they nod at you, and when you make a vote, it seems like you get stabbed in the back sometimes. But aside from all of that, we need to put to get something going. And I think after the election there should be some sort of general meeting to get direction from the people to find out what our youth and what our elders really want. And because I sat in on a couple of meetings that Shelley and Ruby put together, and we have some real brilliant kids out there. The ideas that came out of those meetings were phenomenal, but it just went on the shelf. It never got carried forward. So when we get the direction from the people, the elders and the youth, you know, we can't just give them lip service anymore. We've got to take action. And that would be one of the things that I'd like to tackle when I get out of here, because I speak our language fluently. And I would like to do something with the language somewhere along the line. I was with my sister translating something from the archives there, and if she wasn't sitting there, I wouldn't have been able to understand what was happening. And when we started translating things, there was her side was a female version, and what I was seeing was from a male version. I guess maybe kind of a warrior type of language. So there's two different things that you have to look at. You have to look at a lot of different things with our culture and stuff, and it's no right or wrong, but the one thing that I did see at one time that came out of the Wapalachi was that the elders and the youth got together and fed us. Man, that was such a beautiful thing to see the kids and the elders working together, but it just stopped. It wasn't carried on. That was really sad. And when the kids feed us at the gathering, at the tea school, at the other school, at the other end of town, the final product, it doesn't taste any different than what our grandmothers used to make for us. So the kids have the capacity to do a lot of things, and we just have to tap that resource. I feel like this.
Thank you, Donna, for your question. I really would love to see a council made up of youth and elders. And I don't know, I would envision it as, we have 9 councilors and 1 chief. And so if there was a council made up of youth and elders that could work with council, and we'd be able to hear from both sides. I see many wonderful things happening in the community already. I know Vera and Eva, Barb, all of you girls are very instrumental in making things happen as far as button blanket classes, the Tasafa dance group, there's language classes, singing, dance. Those are awesome things that bring youth out to really healthy community events, and those are things that should continue. I know there is a comprehensive community planning committee that is working to engage youth, elders, and the rest of the community, and to find out what it is you would love to see in this community, and what are your visions and your dreams, and how are we going to get to that place? What are we going to do to make that happen? Like Kelly talked about, being solution oriented, having a dream and making it happen. I see youth and elders coming together. There's so many opportunities, and we just have to be creative and to keep looking for ways to bring youth and elders together and share skills. Elders have got so much to share, and the youth have got so much to teach as well, and they have a voice and should be provided as many opportunities as possible to share their concerns, their dreams, their visions. And I know that if we can create those opportunities, there'll be a lot of wonderful things that'll come out of that. So mentorship is really key for me too. Having, a lot of us don't have mothers, grandmothers, and to be able to connect youth with elders. It's meeting a need, probably elders who are lonely, whose children have grown up and maybe living away, be nice to connect them that way. There's a lot of wonderful things, and those are just some of the ideas that popped out of my head.
I think, to begin with, I'm not sure this word diversity comes in. I think part of diversity is accepting people for who they are. Doesn't matter whether you think they're stupid, fat, skinny. You need to accept each other whether they're in different cultures. We've got a whole conglomeration right in our community here. I think part of the reason why, not stagnant, but that's kind of holding us back, is because at times we don't really like each other. One of the things that always comes to my mind is Ross Hunt when he was teaching art up in Kelowna. He went to ask all the old people first if it was okay for him to do that. And they gave him their blessing. So his thought at the end of it was, he says, we need to teach our kids our culture so that they're strong on who they are, know who they are. They can operate within our community and move forward and learn everything that the non-native people have and grasp it. And they're going to be strong young people that are going to move ahead, that know both sides. Know yourself first. One of the things I've never really said to any of our group in the community here is I really appreciate the fact that we have young people teaching dancing classes. Oh, I just love that. And some of us that are teaching language, I think that's just great. And then you're having sewing classes. Even if you're the same group, at least you're doing it. Nobody else in the community is doing it. And hopefully if you can bring one person, two persons, it's just like going to church. You bring a parishioner with you, it just keeps getting bigger and bigger, and I love it. So, yeah, thanks to them guys for that. And I'd like to thank the band for, especially when you talk about the youth, but we have Randy Bell's program that they can tap into to improve themselves. Because I think we've put through quite a number of young people that are experts at what they do now. And I always think about guys like my nephew, Tony Alford. He's one of the best operators in the coaster, one of the very best. He's in demand all the time. He went through the program that the band council put through. So one of the things that we have to stop doing is, because children watch you, is that you have this crab situation there where every time somebody wants to get ahead or is getting ahead, lateral violence pulls them down. That has to stop. Because I notice, like, every day when I'm down the road, somebody gets sarcastic with you, sometimes for no reason. And, you know, the young people hear that. So they learn what they hear. So if they hear good things, that's what they're going to do. So anyway, like I said before, I appreciate the fact that some people are doing things in the community, and I think it's just great that's happening. And one of the things we actually really need to do to show our children here is to celebrate the successes we have. We've got a whole bunch of professional people in our community, in our band, that have degrees, gone to university. I was telling Wayne Peterson the other day, I said, why don't we gather and have a feast just for them and show them kids what's possible for them? Nothing's holding you back. These people are here. They can show you that there are things you can do and that you can advance And well, you're part of our community, or even if you don't know our culture that well, one of the things that's going to happen is it's going to be an ongoing learning process for you and for all of us. Because I think it's an ongoing thing for me. And I know a bit about our own family history and that there. I don't know what the other, some of the other families do, but I can explain to you what Peter Knox does because he's my chief. Time, so thank you.
Yeah. I'd like to listen to everybody else. I'd like to listen to everybody else first, Marianne.
I'm sorry, I don't know what the question is.
He's asked if he can wait to answer the question after he hears from everybody else.
No, we have to go in order. Yeah. Or you can forfeit and just skip. But you can't go out of turn.
I'll pass for now.
I've been very fortunate to grow up in two culturally strong families on my mother and father's side, and having children of my own now, I find myself doing something I said I wouldn't do. When we were very young, we were fortunate enough to have our parents, aunties, and grandparents who were involved in the school system, and for me, that was alert-based school. And the one thing that brings to mind for me for my mother Vera being part of the cultural program at alert-based school, and I smiled because I said, I'm never going to do that to my child when they get older. But I find now that I'm 47 years old, I want to thank my mom for the values and teachings that she took the time to teach us, not only in the school system, but in everyday life. I personally feel that culture is not just the things that happen in our big house, that it's part of every day. And with the teachings that we've had, we've been able to experience with our parents, and not only that, for our grandparents and aunties and uncles. I think we're very fortunate. I've been lucky enough to be part of the Saskasa Cultural Group that my sister Andrea and Donna coordinated to keep our youth involved in culture, not only in the school system, but outside as well. I would love to say that I am as confident as these youth that are coming through now. It seems like you hang up a dance screen and they all ask what's going on and can I take part. I think personally for me, we were lucky enough to grow up with parents and grandparents who were strong in culture, but also grandparents who found a balance between culture and Christianity. I personally believe they need to stay separate. They were separate for a reason. But I find myself now doing small things like going to Christmas Mass because it was important to my grandfather. But also he was at every ceremony that happened in the big house. I see a lot of good things happening in the community with regards to elders and youth. I think we just need to empower our youth, let them have a voice. I asked my 19-year-old niece if they had a youth group that could speak, would she ever talk? And she kind of smiled and said she probably wouldn't speak if there were adults there. So one thing that has come up with regards to that, I think it's a wonderful idea for the youth to be able to have a safe place to speak their minds. I'm not sure how involved an adult could be in that, or someone they obviously trusted to do that. One thing that's come up on council in the 3 years that I've been on council is junior council. I know our Glitz-Lagilaug school has student council, and I believe they call it chief and council. One of the things that's come up, especially in this past year, is to invite the chief and council to one of our council meetings for them to sit and see what happens, the dynamics that happen in there. I personally believe that behavior is taught, that it's you learn it, and I feel by leading by a good example and being part of many things helps that. I've been very involved with my two sons in the sports that they've played, and also a big part of the stuff that happens in the big house with them. So I see all different avenues as a source. Although culture I feel is very important, I also feel there are other avenues where we can gather our youth and bring them and have them stand tall and bring confidence in them. We never started competitive sports, well, me personally anyway, until I was a mid-teenager, and now these kids are starting at 3, 4, 5 years old. And I think by giving them positive role models in every aspect, whether it be cultural or sports or even community events, that we show that to our youth. So junior councils, also it's come up at our council table as well as having elder council. So combining them, I take my hat off to my mom to having Numcleas Youth and Elders. Although my children haven't had a chance to be a part of it because they've chosen to get summer jobs, I think it's a huge opportunity. I watch my Auntie Mori and her granddaughter Renee go and travel, my mom and her granddaughters. I think it's huge, and by making it a fun, I know there's areas where it needs to be serious, but make it a fun place. You know, my sister Barb is always talking about if it ain't fun, then it ain't worth doing. And I think if we involve more of that, to bring youth and elders together to just sit and have fun and not necessarily have an agenda, that is another avenue we can look at as well. Thank you for the question. Yeah. Thank you for the question. When you asked it, I immediately thought of some work that I became aware of when I was at school. And they talked about what makes a youth resilient. In other words, able to meet the challenges of growing up and growing up to meet their potential. And that research spoke to the fact that children who are successful and grow into capable adults are individuals who have 5 meaningful people in their life. 5. But they're people who make them feel accepted, people who accept them unconditionally, like they feel. And the kinds of examples they gave of people who are important are the neighbor lady next door when I'm going to school stops every day and says, "Hi, how are you doing? Did you learn something today?" It's that moment of recognition, of acknowledgement, and encouragement. So when you asked your question, I was thinking, well, there's a couple of different ways. One is, you just got to do it. If you are an elder in this community and you want to be connected, then I think we need to have stronger focus on a community school. We could have elders who were reading or being read to by children. One of the most effective ways in encouraging children to learn how to read, and literacy is key to success in this very complex world we live in. We can become very formal. You know, we could have actually a youth representative on our council. There are school districts who are experimenting with that right now in this province, where they're having a youth who sits in all of the council meetings, and they're learning how and why all those decisions are made in their school district. We have an elder center, and I understand why it was created, and I'm sure that what goes on there is very positive for our elders. And you could have a school program where we have a citizenship requirement that they actually do something down there. It doesn't have to be complex, but just bringing them together will create that kind of energy, respect, learning that will go on in both directions. So I think that you can become very formal. I guess my concern would be that we don't sort of create too structured a program, because then it becomes something other people want them to do. There needs to be a way to bring them together, and that will create the creativity and the energy and the respect between those two groups that you're speaking.
If I could just interject, that microphone is pointed down, and it's not quite as effective, but it's better to have it up. Thank you.
Kiitos, Donna. Olga Voyacha, you have a question. I think it's a good question. I think one of the important things that I learned as growing up was exactly that. My elders taught me how to laugh, and have fun, and taught me how the lay of the land. And you can't get more respect from that. When you look at that mentorship that's really what we need in this community. Is to be able to laugh and have fun. And I made a statement earlier, and my opening statement was one of the things, other thing I learned when I was younger is sports was very important. Sports in this community is the backbone of who we are. We've always showed our strength, and the reason we were able to show our strength when we were young is because we all lived here. We all had our teachers, which was our elders. We all had a chance to earn a living and be happy and proud in this community. And we got to find that again. We got to find a way that we're going to bring our children back to come back and work here and keep the strength within our community. That's one of the other things. One other thing I've been working on, and I think that's why I believe it's a real good question, is how we find ourselves. My goal and solution to where I want to go, and I've said it numerous times in the last few years I've been here and been working on it very hard, is to find maybe a 7-8 generation solution, vision of how we sustain ourselves with our resources. And you make those elders be the mentors of those children, so that when they're growing, they understand which tool they have to use to get to where we have to go. I think if we're divided, we're going to have a hard time trying to get those tools of where we want to go. So unity is working together and making your children be accountable of this nation of how they might want to get there. And I think as I said, we have to find different alternatives of how we can get there. I always say, Namgi's a very, very strong community, and it will continue to be strong. We keep working with our children and our elders to make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Donna, thank you for your question. I do believe that you asked us, there's a missing link between the elders and the youth, and how do we breach the gap? And I guess a lot of people have spoken about our youth. We have a drain of our youth, and in what you call the impressionable age, when they get on their ferry to go to Port McNeill to go to school, and there's lots of them that do that. Well, most of us of our generation were fortunate that we went to school in our community, and we had basketball teams, and we had soccer teams, and volleyball teams, and sock hops, and all of those things. These are activities that our kids don't get to take part in at home. And there's a lot of fractures within our community, and I speak about not the elders as well. And like if our youth can see that the adults are not getting along, they're going to be the first ones to follow suit. I think that we have to put more time in. Somebody mentioned that luncheon that we had with the youth at one time. And that was the most awesome thing you've ever seen. And it's something that is very difficult for the elders to do, because we have an elders luncheon on Tuesday. Basically, that's our whole program, and it's very difficult to with the budgets that are allowed to feed more than there was a full house there today, and we actually it's restricted to what you can do. But I think that we just have to cross the gap and take an interest in our youth and let them know who their families are, who their relatives are. That's very important. A lot of people don't know who their relatives and family are, and once they start making the connections, they start to feel more comfortable with each other. But it is a serious situation. I find it serious, really serious, because we've got, the both ends of our age groups are not together. I admire those that do take the time. There's some that coach basketball and others that coach soccer and that. You know, when you're coaching 2 or 3 nights a week, you're out of the house at 5 o'clock to go to the soccer pitch and spend time with the youth. That was the best time of my life when I was coaching. But I think, I feel that we have to take that step forward and have activities. And I want to, in closing, I want to talk about, last summer I was fortunate enough to be invited to go as an elder to the GOV, the Gathering of Voices Youth Conference in Penticton. On one side I was just pleased that somebody had asked me to go. On the other side I was so disappointed that it wasn't our community, it was the community in the Fraser Valley that had thought about me to go with them to Penticton as their elder, to be with their youth and to mentor them. And there is going to be a youth conference in Vancouver this coming summer. And I challenge this community to get our youth there, because starting very soon I'm going to be working as hard as I can to get those kids there and bringing our elders with them. It was great to see all of the elders that attended, and most of them went on their own dime. But that's it. You know, we've got to get them there. The communities in the North Island, there was Chilwadi, Port Rupert, Wasla, that's Chilwadi. There was Cape Much, Campbell River, Tinkham. They all had youth there, and there was not one Nungus youth in that conference. And that's, as one of the biggest tribes in the province, that's shameful. And I'm going to work as hard as I can to get those kids there this year. As many as I can, too. And the communities all provided the school buses and that to transport them there. And it was great to, walk amongst the crowd and meet the kids you knew from the other villages, but it was sad not to have any of our own. Thank you.
Okay, everyone has had a chance to answer our first question regarding youth and elders. Would you like to ask a question? If you would, please identify yourself for the people on camera and our community, and ask your question, please. Go ahead.
Thank you, Deborah Hanus. I'd like to ask the candidates, if elected, what would be the top 2 strategies that you would pursue during your term of office to address unemployment in our community?
Okay, unemployment in the community is the question. And Chris, you went first last time, and so we'll start with you, Consuela, and just go that way.
The 2 things that I would like to push for is to do some kind of study to find out what the people want, whether it's a teacher program, whether it's to become more skippers, whether they want to be lifeguards or band administrators or accountants. I would like to find a study and see what the needs are in the community and what people want to be educated in, so that we can create those opportunities and train them. So do a study and then get some training happening. I ran into my sister in Walmart on my last trip. I heard this, Shelly, hey sister, so I turned around, and my sister, who's never been employed, is employed in Walmart and really happy. When she told me her pay, I went, oh, that's good, sister. She was just so happy to provide and support herself. And I went, one of the things that she said is if I could work like that here, I could do that at home. But you know what? I'm loving my job here and looking after myself. And she has a home here, but there's no employment for her, so she's got to do that until something changes. So I think that whatever, if it's super hostess, all those kinds of things, and I'm right from grade 8 or college age, maybe 11, right up to elders. Because I have an aunt in Campbell River who goes to all these trainings and getting education and getting certificates. So those are the two things that I would like to see: a study of what we need, what the community needs, and more training opportunities to follow that.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's a real good question, Deb. We've done a few things as council. Like I said earlier, we brought some of our people up to snuff on the qualifications that are needed to even apply for a job, like with the driver's license training, and I understand it's ongoing. And you know, I firmly believe in what Shelley's talking about, to do an inventory in the school systems and find out what the kids want to do, and also do an inventory on what is needed out here to find out what kind of qualifications are needed and who could fit the bill to get trained in that manner. So you know, there's all different types of things that we need to get jobs out here. But I really think, look at the carpentry program that we taught here. We had 20 some odd students that went through that course. And then it was over. Nothing happened to those people. There was nobody here with the qualifications to carry on with the training for those people to get a journeyman ticket, so they could seek a profession in that. And I think we need to really look into doing something like that. You know, there's 20 some odd people walking around with training, and with nothing for them to do, because the people that are doing the work for our band aren't qualified to train them any further than where they've been. So it's a really tough for our administration to have to say that, because you know, that's totally out of our hands, and I think maybe we should look into that. And you know, just as an example, we have a person here that is a housing inspector, but I guess he refused to work for us, and we need a housing inspector every time we do something, because it's required by law. And we have to get somebody from Campbell River to come in and inspect. So these are the kind of things that we need to look into, so we could kind of put them on staff. And you know, with the housing that's going to happen in the next little while, you know, so those needs are going to have to be met again. And you know, it's sad to see. You know, there's really nothing here for us. If you don't work for the band, you don't work. You know, it's a sad situation with the fishing jobs and stuff, and the people that got trained in Outward Bound, you know, summertime, they could work as kayak guys and stuff like that. And I asked about that a number of times. We've got 5 beaches that I was part of the negotiations for, and that was my main focus, to get those people that were trained with Jody and Randy Bell to be able to go out there and, do this, ecotourism stuff. And, there are some things coming down the pike, and Randy, I think, was at a tourism, with the Ministry of Tourism meeting yesterday. There's a big whack of money, dedicated to native, ecotourism businesses. So if you've got something planned, go see Joseph. And, we're making movement in that by hiring, an ag dev person. Joseph Isaac is, in his step, this baby steps in his job right now. And, to get the training and to get the, certification. Just as an example, our relative in Sobody built houses there for 25 years. They changed the band manager, and the band manager says, "You're not qualified to build these houses." So he was out of a job because of the new rules and regulations that come along. If you don't have that piece of paper, you're not qualified anymore, no matter how good you are. So that's what we need to do. And, training and, all the criteria that needs to be met, we should provide some sort of, support for our people.
What I think that we should be doing, and I think we are doing right now, is looking at human resource inventory. I think Randy Bell has started that, and he uses that to plan programs that he's currently offering. And for instance, a barrier to employment is not having a driver's license, and so Randy has made that an opportunity for people who don't have a driver's license to get that. And so creating those kinds of opportunities that are barriers to employment, looking around and working with people on the North Island, employment and businesses, finding out what is it they need, but also looking at what our community needs. I think that something like creative problem solving, being able to create, for instance, a housing shortage. We're going to be building houses. Maybe we could take the people who have currently taken trades training. We've had numerous carpentry courses and a trades training program where we've had welders, heavy equipment operators, we have carpenters, people who went into plumbing. How can we tap into the strengths of the people? We've got people with strengths and knowledge and skills, and to build on those strengths and match them up with opportunities where they could not only be learning more as they're getting income, they're being paid to build a house, to apply their skills, but also be learning. And it could be a partnership between colleges, universities, HRDC, INAC, to be creative with the funding, but also, realizing that there's a lot of people that have strengths and we just need to build on those strengths. We've got a learning center, which is a step in the right direction. We offer upgrading. There's supposed to be life skills offered. Programs that are currently happening right now, I think, are really a step in the right direction towards looking at ways to address barriers to employment, lack of education, lack of work experience, and I think we're moving in the right direction. But I think being creative, being able to look at how we can take people who are who lack skills, to build on those skills, and to create meaningful employment.
Thank you, Debbie. At the present, I think one of the things that could be done, very simple thing, is mentoring. I've done that every year since I've been fishing. And many of our past fishermen have done that with many of the young people, where the young people don't have any skills at all when they're brought on a boat or to watch and see, and they're explained how to be safe. And then when they get old enough, when they're about 12 or 13, they're part of a crew. But you have to mentor people. We got lots of people that employ different people there that band council could partner with to ask them to mentor some of our young people. Because, you know, we've got about, my goodness, band council put together different programs. We've got about 100 welders, 80 hairdressers, carpenters, you name it. We have them. But we've never had any programs so that they could further themselves. I guess that mentoring at the moment is probably going to be one of our best things. It's just like, I notice, my nephew Chris Cook there, he's always working on his net. He could take 2 or 3 young people down there and show them how it's done. Guys are out hunting, you could take them out, show them a lay of the land. There's more to life than just going to school. School is out there, out in the land there, and we've got lots of old professors that you may consider illiterate, but are actually good at being out there and survive. And many of us here are here because of them. So mentoring is probably one of the big things. You know, earlier I mentioned something about there's no boundaries. I think one of the things that's happening to us too is that we place boundaries on ourselves. Us against the guys in Victoria, us against the guys in Vancouver. And there's always a conflict where nothing's going to actually get done here. Because somebody's always going to be critical of whatever you do, even if it's the best thing. And one of the things that I've often found there, all the years I've been around, is that sometimes when you offer a suggestion, because you've worked with it or you can see it and you've talked about it with other people, there are people out there that'll say it's no good because they didn't think of the idea in the first place. This diversity I'm talking about, you have to accept each other's. So, whoever you are, whether you think the guy's stupid, dumb, or whatever it is there. But, yeah, I think that's probably one of the toughest things because there is no industry here. Orca Sands, they're bound by the union rules and regulations that won't allow people that are unskilled in the yard. I know at one point I talked to Rob Woodside when Lawrence Ambrose was still alive yet. Western Forest Products was willing to put one side aside for us. They would have given us a spar tree. We could hire our own hookers, chokermen, chasers, but they had to have the foreman. That's all they insisted on. And that thing was ready to go, and Danny Henry thought that was a really good idea, and that thing was shot down. Rob Woodside said, well, the offer's not going to be there much longer, so it didn't happen. So we could have employed a lot of guys in the woods. But then you end up with another problem. Oh, we don't have a place to stay. You know, many of us worked off the reserve for a lot of years, and we always made sure that we found a place to stay. You know, if you plan ahead, you got to do a little planning. So, I don't know. But I still say mentoring is a good thing right now for the young people. I've done that many times with lots of young people. Thank you.
Good question. Yeah, I think maybe consensus on our people are going around and find out what where they're at and what they can do. Maybe go from there and try to help and encourage them to take some training so we can fill some of those positions and look at sand and gravel or whatever, yeah. Something like that anyway. Sure.
I've been fortunate enough to spend most of my life in the area of tourism, and I see this, our Numblies First Nation is already in the area of many different, employment opportunities, but I would like to see a build on tourism. Not many people may know this, but our Nimkish Lake is one of the top 10 windsurfing places in the world. And an economic development thing I could see for that is us being on the forefront, whether it be renting these windsurfs or having a canteen or just making a presence. And one thing that's come up a lot with regards to the treaty process that we're in is making a presence in our territory. I know there's not many areas, I believe it's 8 reserves that we have that belong to the Numblies, and actually it doesn't belong to us. It's held in trust for us by the Department of Indian Affairs. They've had the Fakogila, the camp out that's been happening, I believe, for the last 2 or 3 years, getting our people out in the area, getting weaving, storytelling. They had bring the canoes up there. I see these as economic development things that there's so many different aspects of tourism. In the last 10, 15 years where I've been to tourism conferences, they've talked about tourism and what people want to know what it was like to live 100 years ago. And I thought it was quite funny. I came home from this big tourism conference of about 650 to 800 people, and I told my dad, I said, it's really big. People want to know what it was like to live 100 years ago. I said, you should go over to the river and build a big house, like not a huge one, the size that our people used to live in. Show them how to clean a fish, how to cook a fish, and they can get on a canoe and paddle over to Alert Bay, go through our Umista Cultural Center, go to the big house and have a dance performance by our local Zasafa cultural group. And my dad looked at me and asked me how old I thought he was, but he wasn't 100. And he kind of missed the point as to what the example is of what people want to know what it was like to live 100 years ago. Ecotourism is huge, and it's going to become huge, and I say that our people need to be a part of that. So my spiel would be getting more involved in tourism and having either managing or owning our own tourism companies and businesses or co-managing them. Another way for our people to learn more about our territory. Okay, I believe it's on. Yeah. Good. I think this is a great question because it speaks a bit to some of my earlier comments. I believe that the place to start is actually with creating a vision of what kind of community do we want to be in. And I say that because it does determine then the kind of economic activity that we're going to create and that we want to pursue. So for instance, if we want to have a community where essentially we have the pace of life, we like the way it is, but we want to have an income coming in where we have minimal contact with, if you will, the outside world, it is possible to create economic strategies. And I'll give you an example. I went to a place in Oregon where they were a small farming community. They liked their rural lifestyle, but they were dying because they did not have the money to sustain their community because it just wasn't economically viable. They created a group that decided that they were going to make themselves the clothing mecca of the West Coast. I went there. There were literally tens of thousands of people who came there over a 3-day period. The rest of the time, you couldn't find this place on a map. It was in the middle of nowhere, but they developed a plan to bring all that expertise, etc. Just an example. Another example was I went to another community where they were Amish. They were a closed community. They did not have any belief in contact with the outside world, but they could not support themselves any longer. They decided that it would not reach their religious beliefs if one day a year they opened their community. One day a year, they had an auction. Throughout the rest of the year, they built log houses on skids, ready to go. The women quilted, they made clothes, they made food, they opened their community. I was there, literally thousands of people showed up. You bought your stuff, you left it, the gate was closed, and had no contact with the rest of the world. Why? Because they believed that's how they were going to survive and maintain their religious beliefs. Other examples are, no, let's get out there. I look out here and I see this wharf and go, wow, what a wasted resource. It's falling into disrepair. It's probably got liability issues. But I lived in Victoria where every year 20,000 people showed up for a week to show off their wood boat and talk to other people who had wood boats. These people love to travel. So maybe there's something there. I don't know. We have, I think, a need to create a vision and have a discussion about what kind of community do we want and how do we then get there. And that speaks back to Sharon's point. I do think we need to have an assessment. And I think it's broader than just an inventory of skills, both in terms of what do we have, but also what are the gaps. I think we need to have a serious look about what's the demographics of this community. We are actually reflecting the rest of Canadian society now. Less than 400 of our members are under the age of 19. So we are going to have different needs. Who's going to be our workforce in 15 years? My generation, unfortunately, contributed. I only had one child. I didn't even replace myself and my husband. I only had one. So we are going to face some challenges 10 years out, 15 years out, and we need to talk about that. We need to figure out how we're going to end up having enough people to have the kind of community we all want to live in. And so I think it's a wonderful opportunity. And so for me, it's about a vision, and it's about a discussion then and study of what are our skills, opportunities, and what are some gaps that we need to address. So that's how I would approach that gap. Thank you.
Thanks, Deb. Another good question. Many issues I was in for our community to think about where we're going to be and visualize that in 50 years. How do we get there to make sure that we got a healthy community? So the priorities that go with that is it's been said already, mentorship, a lot of training, and I got to take my hat off to our guys that work in the Guani hatchery. They've been there for a long time now. They, like a lot of us, are getting older. We need to start training our youth to be able to start taking over positions that's going to be in these places, because it's very important. Land office, the hatchery, and where we're going. That would be my number one priority. Again, hitting on my 7-8 generation plan of hopefully rebuilding some of the stuff we have, sort of like our revolving housing, where it rotates, and we're going to be able to sustain ourselves for the next 50, 60 years. Instead of getting ourselves in the catch like the Mamatwa, where you gotta go out and kill everything now. There's nothing to worry about tomorrow. So I look at that, and I look at long term, and it takes a lot of community planning to arrive at that kind of solution. And we got to use our own people to make that happen. We've got to use our own people to make that happen, because we have a lot of problems of moving ahead. And some of the problems is some of the people working with us. The other initiative would be hit on by one of the other speakers is tourism. And we do have a lot of plans in place for tourism. There's a lot of plans and work that has already been done to make that happen. We talked about a new breakwater to bring in tourism. We talked about other things, restaurants, and got an ice plant on, and that's another thing that was supposed to be on that breakwater. Ice plant right now would be making a lot of money for this community. There's no ice plants in the North Island hardly. And there's keep getting to be more and more tourism coming around and people looking for ice to play. I think it would be an ongoing job for a couple people. Getting into the water taxi might be a little difficult. I had a difficult time with that. Got so far after wasting a couple of years of my life. At the end of the line, Community Future said no. So I said, how come you say no after all the red tape that I went through? Since you're in India, I mean, guaranteed we're going to get our money back. So that's the kind of stuff we've got to deal with out there. Fish plant. We've always wanted a fish plant here. I said that the other day in our treaty meeting. Me and a few of my old friends, I've always dreamed of a fish plant and having value added and being able to stamp our own fish and sending that out for the market. That would create a lot of jobs in our community. Because we are fish people. One of our number one dances in our big house is the salmon dance. So I'd just like to stay very positive. I'm keep trying to work towards our goals. So maybe it's not our goals, I don't know. Like Kelly says, we're going to figure out what our goals are, but I'd like to go with the old timers wanted to do, and I think we still can do. And my dream is to always make sure we got resources for our children. I don't think there's any other way of trying to keep our community healthier than that. Feel like it's
Thank you, Greg. Thank Ed for the question. It's a really complex question that you ask. I believe a lot of people have talked about doing human resource inventories and projections of what we need down the road. Then some people talked about welders and carpenters and things like that. But I know that a lot of these people that took the welding courses, there was a need for welders. But by the time they had finished their course, the need had disappeared. And we have to be very careful in how we plan that. I'm a firm believer that tourism is one of the ways, but it's not the way. And, there's so much already going on in our community. Somebody mentioned the windsurfing. And yes, Nimpish Lake is really famous for that. There's a big population there at the old Nimpish camp that come every summer, and they camp out there. There's river rafters. Every time I drive by that river rafting place in Campbell River, I just get angry. Because there's a great big sign, Nimpish River Rafting. And there's people out of Campbell River that are running rafts down that river. Why are we not doing that? One of these days I want to turn into that place and just look them square in the eye and say, why aren't we partners at least? I think we always talk about our land and our resources and we got to protect them and their hours. But when somebody does something, nobody stands up. Nobody talks to them about it. So there's our nurses' residence. We continuously acquire assets, whether it be a residential school, a nurses' residence, and we're famous for letting them fall to the ground. I believe that nurses' residence would make one heck of a fishing resort. We could have sports fishing guides, bear watching, whale watching, and simple tours through the Broughton Archipelago. Port McNeil is the gateway to the Broughton Archipelago. I don't know how they can get to the archipelago without going by us. The other thing is that all these spring salmon that go to Campbell River that they make so much money out, they have to go right by our front door to get there. There's so many things. And once we've established ourselves, we have to present ourselves. We are the best kept secret on the whole Pacific Northwest. We do not promote ourselves. What do they see in Port McNeil? A dry land sort. Nobody goes there to see logs being sorted. But they have sold it. God bless them for that. They have sold their community. And send people over here on the noon ferry and take them back and sell them beer and hotel rooms and nice dinners and everything on 5 o'clock. Instead they tell them, go see the Umistar, that's all you need to see. There's so much to do and see on this island. Greg mentioned this keeps falling down, mentioned the fish plant. We have one. We have one that was created for a purpose. And I do not understand why we are not using it to some degree. You know, I mean, we have prawn licenses. I mean, how difficult is it to run them through a washer, put them in a box, seal them up, put them on a plane and fly them out? We could be, using those prawn licenses to bring economics, even our salmon licenses. Halibut, we have halibut licenses. I mean, get that thing activated. We're not moving a huge volume, but we just give our local people opportunities to use those licenses. And our plant, ice plant's a good idea. I think one of the biggest things missing here is the fuel dock. That's because Port McNeil can't advertise that they have the same quality water. I mean, the Alert Bay has been famous for his water as long as I can remember. People with the tugboats and big freight boats and everything would stop here. They wouldn't take on water when they left Vancouver or Victoria. But I guess, but it has to be active. You have to be active in selling ourselves if we're going to go into tourism. And I really do believe that, sure, it's only 4 months of the year, 5 months of the year, but it's 5 months of the year. And then how do you sell yourself? A learning center in the Nipkish Valley. Somebody's talking about building a big house over there. Do the river rafting. Bring them to the big house in the valley. Have our dance groups dance for them. Have, demonstrations of how to smoke fish, how to make trubak, how to do all of these things. A day in the life of a Nundies person. And advertise it. Build a village over there somewhere. Yeah. And in the off season, we can use it for a learning center for our youth, bringing them there. Thank you.
Everybody be gone by the time we get to the next question. When you take a look at, I think Kelly was talking about the wealth of people that we have. We got many jobs, but we've got lawyers. We've got teachers, nurses, accountants, captains. We have welders, loggers, heavy duty guys, treaty people, all expertise. We got education. We got teachers. When you think about taking a look at what we have, and language teachers, we have fishing highline skippers. We guys got skippers who have skipper tickets. That's not easy. We have an RCMP. We've had people who are policemen. In our office, we got one of the best band managers around. We got an office full of educated people. We got a farm fish. We got people over there. We got people working in farm fishes. We got people working in hatcheries that are really good at what they're doing. And electrician. We got an electrician here. We got drug and alcohol. People that gone to school, and we got tugboat skippers here. We got a wealth of people, and one of the things that I see is that we have a wealth of people that live off reserve. We have a wealth of people out there, and we should be using the expertise of those people. When you take a look at all those jobs that we have, a lot of people don't come back here because they haven't got a place that they can go to work. One thing that I was wondering about Stan, he wanted to hire hookers. I don't know what that was about. What was that about, Stan? For the logging camp. And one of the other things that I see is, the biggest thing that I would see, Debbie, I don't know, is Debbie still here? Is that, I would see one of the things I've tried for the last few years is to open the river. If you want to talk about jobs and how people are going to go to work, location, location, location. You take a look at if you had places over there, people could work there. They could go. Why do we have to duplicate schools? people can go to school. Port Hardy has a lot of those different things. But I believe that once we open that river, that would be one of the biggest things that we could do as the Numberless Council. They don't want to open it. We got X amount of acres over there we could use for the banking. We can use that. It's off reserve. Those are the things that I see. We have all the different wealth that we have in the community. I would work on that. I've been trying to do that for years, is to move over there, and I think we got to start doing that. The opportunities that we have for jobs, and I've talked to different people. We've got people working in WAS, staying up there. People working in the gravel pit. So those things that I see, I would see that being a big thing. I think the fishing industry, the biggest thing that I see is training. I was talking to some people who are in the government, and he said, when you talk about through the treaty, hundreds of jobs that are going to be created, what are you doing right now to make that possible? A treaty was signed tomorrow, AIP was signed tomorrow, and we're working on it. Where are we going to do that? Kane, how many people is he training to be an electrician? He lives on our reserve. He could be training other people to do that. We got carpenters that come from the other side working on here. Yes, we have welders. We have a welder I talked to 3 days ago who's welding in India. He's been in China. One of our welders from here, the Numberless. So those are the things that I see. I would say training. And I think that I take a look as I sit up here, and you all know me. Most of you know me, and I think over the years I've proved myself. I don't know how you can try and sell yourself with all 12 people, every one question that comes up there. But I know what we've done. A lot of what you see around in this village in the last 45 years, we've made it happen. We've made it happen. And that's what I see anyway. I'd like to thank you for me being here tonight. And I look forward to the vote. You can take a look at us, all nice looking people up here. And I know that you're going to go to the polls, and what more could I say? We've done it before. We've made it happen. An alert pay. When there was 400 people and there's 1,600 people here today, and you take a look at the Homestead Cultural Center, go all the way down. I take a look at all these different economic developments that are sitting in this community now. Drug and alcohol. Nobody's talked about the drug and alcohol problems we have. We need a lot of work to do with our youth. What are we going to do about that? Look at Moses. Moses, he's been one of the working and the skills that he has. He could teach a lot of people. Maybe he's too old now. I don't know. Are you Moody? But I know he's good at what he does, and he's ran a lot of people. Thank you.
Okay. That concludes that question. We're going to take a question from our online member. This is an issue, actually, a couple of questions have come in on the same issue, treaty issue. And I'll just briefly read you the question. Of course, this is a whole issue that you can expand on as much as you like within the given time, hopefully. Doug West is asking, the Nomgis First Nation is continuing with a second AIP vote without a mandate. What is your stand on this forced vote? The second question on the same issue, Honey, Diane Alfred. Treaty, yes or no? If no, how do we gain control of our territory? So this is a wide open question regarding treaty, basically. And we'll start with, who starts now? Shelley, I believe.
AIP, I can't answer that because I don't know much about treaty. I don't know if there was a mandate or not, so I can't speak to that, Doug. And it was Honey that for the second question. Treaty yes or no? Whatever way treaty goes from today on, from when we voted no the last time, there needs to be community involvement. It needs to come from community, not from council, not from an administration. This needs to be a community effort, a community project, a community involvement. If it's not, it's just never going to work. It's never going to get off the ground. It's never going to happen. So unless the youth are involved, the children are involved, the adults, the mothers, the fathers, the grandfathers, the grannies, the sisters, the brothers, the aunties, the uncles, unless those people are involved, I think we're going to be doing this for a long time. So I believe that whatever way treaty goes has to involve every community member. So that's my take. I don't really have a solution on that, except for council has to create the opportunities. That's what I believe. We have the money and the power to do that, but it has to be a priority. And I think what I got out of when we voted no the last time, it was a blessing to our people because more people have taken interest in it. More people are going, oh my God, there's a lot of people that got scared and went, okay, I need to be accountable. And I'm one of those people. So that's why I'm here. So, thank you.
That's a pretty tough question to respond to with the turnouts that we get from the meetings that we have. And for 1,500, we did our best effort, and we went to every community that had a majority, not majority, but a number of people that we saw. Well, we know by the population that Vancouver and Victoria was places we needed to go to reach some of our people. And what we've done now is I had a couple of meetings and decided that the caucus decided that we needed to take a different approach and we needed to reach as many people as we could. With the first vote, there was less than half that voted, and we needed to reach more. And we're making every effort to reach all the 1,200 eligible voters to get a better reading on what our membership wants. There's pros and cons on the situation that we're in right now. There's a faction that believes that we don't have a right to carry on anymore because of the outcome of the last vote, and yes, they do have some good points, and there's the other side that said, well, we didn't get a chance to vote. So when we got to that point and we're stuck in the middle, we hired a very capable person in Deb Henius to make a difference on how we reach our people so we could get a true reading on what our people want. And I'm pro AIP. I can't tell you whether I'm pro treaty or not because we haven't reached that yet. And I'd like to see what happens after AIP for the simple fact that, other treaties, when they've gotten to AIP, they get a minuscule amount more. If that's the case, then I'm not for treaty. If we're not going to get any more than what we're talking about here, and some of the things that's been talked about is, you know, after AIP and we get into the final negotiations, there's a lot of things that's going to happen, and this is what governments are telling us. And I don't know if I could, you know, if we can trust the government or not to deliver on the things that's being said around the table, like training our people for self-government, training our people for jobs and stuff like that. And you know, I've got to see proof positive about that stuff happening from people that have already been in treaty. And we are going to have a conference here pretty quick about the people that have already been through treaty. And we haven't made it, I don't know if we've got a definite date yet, but there's a lot of people that we're inviting to come in and tell us what they've experienced. And whether I believe in treaty or not, I can't say I believe in treaty because we're not there yet. And the responses that we're getting from the government is not too bright. You know, they don't have a mandate to talk to us until we get past AIP. So those of you out there that believe that AIP is a final, it's final. It's not. If you look at the opening remarks on that on the treaty booklet, it says this is not legally binding. It isn't legally binding. AIP is not legally binding. It's been looked at by a countless number of lawyers, and they all say the same thing. Most of the time, when you get 50 lawyers in a room, you'll get 50 different opinions. But the way it's going right now, the people that believe that AIP is just as good as signing a treaty, if the treaty is no good, I'll come back and tell you. There are so many things that will come our way if we get past AIP. It'll make our community a lot better. And these are things that cannot be taken back. And if you need to know any details about some of the stuff, you know, you can talk to anybody in you know, like, there's all kinds of stuff that I'm not privy to. Well, I don't remember offhand, but if I had the book in hand, I'd be able to tell you the stuff that Doug Haverly and his crew are working on. And so, I guess that's about all I can say about it, because if we don't get past AIP, then we won't find out. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Doug, for the question. With regard to second AIP vote without a mandate, going on what Shelley shared with us, that as a result of a no vote, there are more people now attending treaty meetings, more people asking questions, more people concerned about what does it mean if we ever settle a treaty. And I think that was what was lacking, was we did not hear from our membership. There was only a small number who attended meetings, a small number who came out to vote for the first AIP, and so that's why I think there was a decision to go back to the drawing board, make sure we reach as many members as we can to, you know, to inform our members so that they can make a decision and understand fully what a treaty would mean and how it might change our lives. And I think with hiring Deb Panyus, who is doing amazing work on the communication strategy, I can't believe how hard she works and the information that she's compiled, that she's putting out. If you go to the NUMGI's website, I was on the website checking it out. I love the question and answer page. It's so informative. You learn so much by going onto the website, finding out all you want to know about treaty. And what we're doing is just trying to inform members so that we can make an informed decision. And an AIP is not legally binding. You will have a chance to have your say. But we want to make sure we reach as many members as we can, educate them to our fullest extent, and then let it be a fair process. That's all. You know, at the end of the day, it's the members who make the final decision. It's the members, and that's what we're doing, is trying to reach the members so that they can make a decision. This is not to try to fool anybody, try to railroad anybody. The second vote is just a chance to reach as many members, and we've got people living in Victoria, Vancouver, Alert Bay, but there's our members living in a lot of other places, and if we can try to reach them and encourage them to get involved and participate and want to understand what a treaty is all about and what it means, that's what we hope for. And, yeah, I know, Doug, it probably feels really wrong that there is this second AIP, but I think in the long run, in all fairness, we're trying to reach all our members and trying to encourage as many to get involved and make an informed decision when it comes time to make a vote. And at the end of the day, I reiterate, it's about people making that decision. There's no way to, so it's not legally binding. And as for Honey's question, yes or no to treaty, right now, I am so excited about this community engagement process, that we're having information sessions, dialogue sessions. People are going to have focus groups where elders will get together to talk about treaty, youth will get together to talk about treaty, community in general. It's all about community. So, you know, I know, Doug, it might seem unfair, but we're trying to be as fair as we can be, and at the end of the day, the cards will fall based on what the membership votes.
Agreement in principle. I think that the whole process was, at the very outset, was a very good one, because what work was done by him. And I know I was at several meetings there where him and the different governments would argue about different points, and the only time we caucus was when we really disagreed with them. One of the things that I've often thought about during the past few months is somehow, when you think about the Indian Act, what we're actually doing, I think, in my own mind, it doesn't make much difference to me either way. I can live on either side. Is that you've taken the bathwater and thrown the baby out with it. Because I really like the idea of having my land protected. I really like the idea of having my status and be a distinct person. I really like a lot of the things that protect me and my great-grandkids, their kids, their kids, their kids. Because the way it is right now, even though I keep hearing this thing about it's not legally binding, well, I think you should give your head a shake, because the fact of the matter here is all the discussions that you're having now is leading up to the final decision, and everything that you say now is going to be put in there. So, it's troublesome to me that we would just absolutely do away with everything. Because I know in my own mind, the stuff that we had, like the island here, the river, the reserve on the river, why did we have to negotiate that away? How come we gave that up? How come we're going to give it up? Why is that thing going to be fee simple? That thing, all the rest of it that we negotiated, I would agree that it could be fee simple. We could swap that back and forth, but I'd certainly like to see 70, 80 years from now that my grandkids and them would have a safe haven here, come home and know that this was theirs. So So it's pretty troublesome to me there in some of the areas. So I get back to this thing that I know that the treaty is trying to establish the fact that we're going to get more land, but it's going to be all fee simple. What about the guys off the reserve? What's going to happen with them? Are they going to be given like 144 acres, like there's negotiated, I guess there was the McKinnon-McBride thing. We were supposed to get 144 acres apiece or something, but because we're fishermen, they cut ours down. So, I think there's a lot of troublesome things in there. Fishing, for instance. It's not, we don't have a fishing chapter. You know, that's why a lot of our people aren't well, because we don't have access to our fishing resource there. We need to be able to access that. We need to fight like crazy to make sure that we have access at all times. But the minute you sign that paper, there's going to be no more Nimgrees Nation and no Nimgrees as such. You're just going to be a citizen of the Nimgrees. And they don't have to negotiate no fishing thing. And I find that really strange that we would let that go, slide by, because it ends up that a lot of tribes, the Chanlis, the Fraser River bunch, they fought. And some of them guys got severely hurt to fight for their rights. And we're using that right to do things. And our right shows now, right now, with those young guys out there halibut fishing, cod fishing. This is, we're going down the wrong tube in some places, like clam digging, for instance. You can't even go out there to get the clams for food. You have to ask for a permit to go. The permit's in here. It's not a piece of paper that somebody can say that I'm going to give you permission. Why did we let that happen? You know, we've spent a lot of money going to fishery meetings and that there, and I don't understand how we let things slide like that. So I'm not happy with some of it. But I know the only way that our people from off reserve are going to come home is if we open up the valley, and they're going to be part of it. It's not just for us; it's for everybody.
The time.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Yes, it was two different people that asked the questions regarding treaty. The Namgis First Nation is continuing with a second AIP vote without a mandate. What is your stand on this forced vote? The other one is treaty, yes or no? If no, how do we gain control of our territory?
Okay, that first question, I don't know too much about the whole thing, so I really can't answer that part of the question. I haven't had a chance to really look at all the information. I gotta find the information, so I gotta not answer that question. And as for the second question, yes or no? No for now, because like I said, I don't know all the information on the treaty. And like most of all the other people that in this community, most of them don't know either, right? So we need to get that information out better and come up with a better deal or something. That's all.
It's been said by other members of the front table here on the poor turnout we had in the first vote. I feel it's important to hear from all of our band membership. I believe the percentage count is either 50 or 51% that don't live in the three communities of Alert Bay, Vancouver, and Victoria. I think by this mail-out ballot that everybody will have a choice to have a say. And I grew up in a family where silence was acceptance, and I feel personally that choosing not to vote does not have an impact. I feel if you vote, then you have your say. With regards to the treaty process, I'm very excited about it. I think we've been wards of the government for far too long. I would like to have a say with what happens to our people. I'm very excited with the economic development opportunities that our Numblies First Nation is already in. As mentioned before, I've been fortunate enough to work for the Village of Alert Bay for the past 20 years with regards to tourism and being their visitor center manager. And I've had the opportunity to go to some tourism conferences, and when people find out that I'm from Alert Bay, they talk about the Numblies First Nation. And I've never been so proud with regards to how a lot of people hear that the Numblies and what they're doing and moving forward and how they're leading the way for a lot of other bands. So I'm very excited about the treaty process. I feel it's the way to go. I just see that there is no limit to what we can do. If we put the right people in there to get the job done, I think there's no limit as to what our people can accomplish, and I feel that we're already there in many, many aspects. It's not really working as well for me, so I'll hold on to this. In terms of the first question of around whether or not I agree with what was described, I think, in Doug's question as a forced vote to consider whether people supported or not the AIP as it stood when we had the vote. I actually don't consider the first vote to be valid. I don't think that as a community we want to make important decisions when the only way you can participate is to physically be there. We have too many members who live away, and we made an effort to go to 3 communities, but not everybody then had the option of being there. That means we said that their opinion doesn't matter, that we didn't care about what they say. I don't consider the first vote valid. I consider the efforts that we're making in the second vote to at least be able to take a mail vote, an opportunity to tell us what they think about the AIP. So I support the second vote that's going to come next year. In terms of treaty, I will echo the words of Noreen. I have always believed in our right to make our own decisions. I don't believe that under the Indian Act that we have prospered. I think that it's constrained our ability to express who we are and to develop the way that we have the potential to do so. I think that the treaty process is a negotiation process. At the end of the day, and we're a long way away from having a document to even vote on, we will have the chance to express and push and see what we can accomplish. At that point, we'll have a yes or a no in terms of the treaty. One of the things that I found very concerning is the AIP, which is an agreement in principle, is only a list of things that we've agreed really that we're going to talk about. So fishing wasn't on the table because the federal government didn't have a mandate. It was kicked over. We'll talk about it in final negotiations. We still have the choice of saying, we're not going to put fishing on the table because we're going to leave it as a constitutionally protected Aboriginal right. We're not going to turn it into a treaty right. Maybe that'll be the choice we make. We have so many things that we still have the opportunity to influence and decide before we even have a final treaty document. So we have, unfortunately, at times I hear people and they confuse the words in that very long AIP document as though that's the treaty. That document just says on all these many issues, we're going to have further talks and we're going to make a final agreement over there. That's several years away if we proceed. So we have many opportunities to do it, and I think that people have said, well, we're not going to have reserve land, and it'll just all be fee simple and we'll give it away. Well, if we end up with treaty land at the end of this process, say we proceed, which in terms of process I support, we will decide whether that land is held in common. We will decide whether or not, how and when and if it would ever be sold. Because we'll be in charge. It'll be our land, not held by the Minister of Indian Affairs and the Government of Canada on our behalf. So I'm not afraid of that, because I like to make decisions. I like to consider what's the best way to proceed. And I think we should have the confidence in ourselves that when that day comes, we will make the right decision. So I support being in the treaty process. I don't know what I'll vote at the final day when that document, if we get there, what it looks like, because we haven't filled in the blank pages yet. And when we do that, then you and me will make that decision. So I hope we go forward, because I think that's our best chance. I started off in government back in the days 30 years ago when the provincial government refused to acknowledge we had any rights. And if you will recall, there were, I believe, 180 disputes going on in this province. They took us to court on everything. We took them to court on everything. It was costing everybody millions of dollars, and nobody was getting any further ahead. It's not perfect. They don't always acknowledge, that we have a right to our interests and a right to our resources. But negotiation at least gives us a voice and a chance to cut the best deal that we possibly can. So I believe in ourselves. So that's my answer, Doug.
Thanks for the question. As I mentioned earlier, I getting very frustrated the way treaty's supposed to be going. I believe we're supposed to be doing the treaty within our lands. I still say we need to stop and or slow down and take a good look what the hell they're doing or we're doing. We heard a lot of things tonight about the elders and the youth not being involved. And again, capacity issues that should be there for the youth to make sure that it's their future we're talking about. They got to be involved. And, maybe not many, what happened with the report called the Cohen Report. He was a judge or a lawyer or whatever he was to go and look at what's happening with the Fraser River stocks with the decline in it. And he got 3 years to do that. So meantime, we're supposed to be negotiating and looking at fish because fish, like I said earlier, is a big part of our life. But they closed that right down for 3 years. Not just the salmon for the Fraser River, they closed everything down to all our nations on the coast for us to exercise and do our rights around it. And there was a lot of bullying there. I can remember the first year we got my boat, they had come aboard and harassed me. So I don't know, I have a real hard time with it. I can't see going that much further with it until we can start to figure out if it's the right tool that we need to go continue on. Or should we be looking at different alternatives of recognition and reconciliation? Seems like the government is running, especially the federal government, is running away with where we want to go by taking things off the table. After all those years of good faith negotiation by our gang, they can just simply strip things off the table and say, no, that's not on the table no more. Sorry, we can't get it back on the table for you just yet. Maybe. Now that's a big maybe. We might be able to put it back on the table for you in the final. I don't like to go into any party half-dressed and negotiate maybes. I want the it's either all our resources are on the table for negotiation so we can negotiate in good faith and be able to come up with some kind of solution that is gonna better our people, or we look at different alternatives to make that happen. And there is different alternatives out there. And I too don't like, the other things I didn't like before they did that was the tax. You know, a lot of our nations that went through treaty now are having a hell of a time with tax. A lot of them are having a hell of a time addressing some of the resources that we left after the final table and were supposed to be responded to after the final table. They're banging at the doors and you can't get in. And you know, somebody, I don't know who mentioned it, somebody mentioned it earlier about us being on the small reserves. Well, that's true. We're on small reserves. And the reason we're on small reserves is because of all the resources, the sea resources that we've had. The Queen made a statement. You people will never, ever have to anything to worry about it in your future, ever, because of all the resources you have. You'll always be economically strong and have the food, all the food that you want. We're in big trouble now. So I look at that. The Royal Commission kind of made the same kind of statements. And I just wonder how we're going to get there when the governments fail to produce working in good faith and fail to come up with the tools that where we live. We're on a little island surrounded by water. And we're talking about getting our kids to come home, and how we do that. It's going to be a tough call when the majority of our resources have always been the sea resources. I would like to find some kind of access and certainty. Where we go, it's going to cost capacity no matter what we do. How we get there, I don't have the answer to yet, but I do think carrying on with a horse that ain't going to make it to the end of the line is a good thing. You can spend money on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug, for that question. I really believe that it's more of a complex question as to the way people make it out. They're taking straight yes and no. As far as my numbers tell me, there was about 10% of the membership voted on that issue, and or maybe 20%. It was a very close vote, so percent carried that vote. Now, with our structure, oftentimes there's been votes made in public meetings, general meetings, to borrow money, to invest in something, when there's only been 10 or 12 people show up, and the votes are carried. I don't think that those votes should be legitimate. I think that they should go back to the people. We cannot let 240 people carry the vote for 2,400. So I think that we better get a better look at things. So I have no problem with going for a second vote. And I really think it's important that we get to all of our people. It was mentioned further down the table that we looked at Vancouver, we looked at Victoria, and we looked at Alert Bay. Campbell River, Nanaimo, Duncan. I even got a cousin that lives in Glasgow. Did he get a ballot? I don't think so. I mean, he's Numgi just as much as the rest of us. And no, I think that we were underrepresented as membership to pass that vote. And, you know, people that take that and run with it, whether it be band council or the leaders of the opposition, it's termed lateral violence when you take those things and push other people back with things that are, in my mind, it wasn't a legitimate vote. And I know for a fact that with Indian Affairs that if you have a vote on a land issue, whether it's a CP or anything like that, that you're required to call a vote. And if you do not have 50 plus 1% of your membership turn out to vote for that, you are also required to have a second vote. That's in your Indian Act that, we're so comfortable in. Okay, to Honey's question, yes or no? If no, how do we control our resources? Well, to a small degree, we're already working on things like that. We have the Forest Range Opportunities Agreement. I believe it's a 5-year agreement. that talks about revenue sharing. We do get revenues from forestry in that agreement. We do get a amount of timber every year, annual allowable cut. And that is one example of, whether it's good or bad, it is an agreement. So what I'm saying is there's other ways of doing it, and you can make agreements with forestry. You can negotiate with fisheries. There's tribal councils and First Nations throughout this coastal region that have already agreements on fisheries, with fisheries. And they have their own fishing plans, and they exercise their own rights to fish. Somebody mentioned that the Nuchanos and the Stolo, they're willing to fight for their right to fish in the Fraser River. And the Nishka, I do believe Bella Bella even has a fisheries plan. How's it? There's lots of them out there. So we talk about fisheries. If we can't get the fisheries in a treaty, I think that we should exercise our right, and protected under the Constitution, under Section 35. I really believe that it'll be better than anything they're going to give us, because they are not going to give us anything. I was involved in treaty negotiations for about 10 years, and it was constant. Somebody mentioned that the federal government is running the show. Well, that's the truth. If they don't like what you say, they just whip it off the table. And do you know what they say? If you complain about it, it's a volunteer process. Go home if you want. If you don't like it, go home. Well, that's not negotiations. And I think that we have to start to get tough if we're going to try to negotiate an AIP. Somebody laughed at me last time we were in the general meeting because they had offered $72 million for a cash settlement. And everybody expects that it'll increase. And I said, unless it increases tenfold, $720 million, we don't even think about it. Nobody knows how much resources are taken out of that valley every month. Do we have a study done that tells us exactly how much timber is taken out of there? What the value of the timber is? Never mind the stumpage, because the government makes money on the stumpage, and the logging companies make money on the rest, and it's big time. I'll guarantee you they'll pay that $72 million off in 1 year out of the timber, let alone all the other resources in there. And we have to start understanding what's been taken. We can't just sit back and say, make us an offer. No, if they're only taking $72 out, then we're going to have to back off, put our horns in. But that's not the truth. We have to understand what we're talking about, what's out there. Has anybody done a forestry inventory, a complete, up-to-date forestry inventory of how much timber is standing on the ground there? How much timber is standing in the valley? What's their annual allowable cuts? What's the value of that? How much money are they going to make? We've got so much to be done before we can even talk about a cash settlement. What has been the damage of the downturn of the fishing industry to our community? You start putting a price tag on that, and you're talking millions and millions of dollars. Just about every person in this room was a fisherman at one time. How many of us now? Put your hand up if you're a commercial fisherman. Oh, did you go out this year, George? Oh, you're... Yeah.
Time.
Well, when you talk about the AIP, Doug, I don't believe we have the mandate. First of all, there was some talk here on the table saying that 250 wasn't enough. Did you know how many people voted to start the treaty? 20. 20 Namalis voted to say, yes, we'll go for treaty. And we went up, you sent the paper here, we were all sat around the table. I asked the question, Doug. I don't think we're ready to make a vote tonight. I don't think there's enough information for the people that are going to vote here tonight. And they said, no, we're going to have the vote on the AIP. So the vote came out No? Overall? What if it went the other way? What if it went the other way? What would that, it's not the hereditary chiefs and council, it's the council. I've sat in a meeting and the council is the one that's doing the talking, the hereditary chief. I'd like to say to you what I heard. If you don't believe in a treaty, you have no business sitting in here. That's in a council meeting. That's what we were told. And one of the hereditary chiefs told me that he said, I was told if I don't believe in treaty, I should have no business sitting in that room. How could you treat our hereditary chiefs like that? How could you? That's the thing that I see. I was sat in that room. And because our hereditary chiefs aren't millionaires, or haven't got a job maybe, but they were told that they're collecting money for their honorarium, and they're on SA, they can't go to the meetings. Is that how we treat our hereditary chiefs? And I'd like to ask the council, the people that are in this council, in the past council right now, when you made that decision to say on the AIP, and you said, well, no, that vote wasn't any good. There's only 250 people. We're going to have another one. As far as I'm concerned, and other people that I've talked to, Doug, said that was a vote of confidence. That was a non-vote of confidence when the vote was no. And instead of going back to the people and saying, you know, what should we do now? The vote was no. Should we just abolish the treaty? No, we owe X amount of millions of dollars, so we got to keep going back to it. Those are the things that I see. And as far as Honey says, are you for treaty? I voted at that meeting. I said no. And I vote now no. And the reason why is that if we have enough information, I believe that treaty is going to have our hereditary chiefs sitting up here and telling us in those treaty meetings. And I think that treaty will fly. You talk about Fraser River stocks. I've sat in those meetings. Greg sat in those meetings. They told us, you got no business to that fish that goes past your waters. That's our fish, the Fraser River. And your river is the Memphis. You get your own food fish there. We were told that. So when it comes to the treaty, when I told them in the territory that we have, in our territory, Numblies, anything going in our territory belongs to us. So, Doug, I think that the information flow, I'd like to see that the people off reserve, I don't know how it is, but if you continue to go to the meetings in Victoria, Vancouver, and Alert Bay and have the same people at the same meeting, nothing's going to change. So I would like to say, how do we do it? I believe that if we put the information out, income tax, not on the table. You know, and there's already court cases that went to the Supreme Court that says that even people off reserve don't have to pay the taxes. You know, that kind of information I would like to see. And I'd like to see that, I'd like to ask the council now, maybe that's the question, I don't know, maybe I shouldn't be asking it, but if the question was yes, would you have gone with it? So, if that's the case, what are we doing sitting here? I know, just in closing, I know Honey would really chewed me out because I said no. But I have the right to do that. I'm one of the elders of this community, and I have the right to say no. You have the right to say yes. Why should I be jumped on because I said yes or I say no? So I'd like to say that to you people who are out there. We all have the right to speak our piece. We all have the right. And let's treat our hereditary chiefs with respect. If you're going to sit them at the table, doesn't matter if they're collecting some money somewhere. They deserve to be part of that honorarium. So that's what I'd like to say. You know, that's awful. Thank you.
Okay. Doug, on the second AIP without a mandate, I don't know what's going on there, but I'm interested to find out as well for myself what's going on. And for Honey, as for yes or no for treaty, I think we need to inspire our next generation, my generation, to be more involved with the treaty process and to understand and be informed. We are the future, our children and our grandchildren. And I want to make a difference in any way that I can and be a voice for our people. I really would like to see my generation get more involved. Let's make a change. Make it happen by understanding the treaty and making the right choices for our future. And get the votes that we need to proceed for our community, for us, for Numbi. Thanks.
Okay, everyone has had a chance to respond to that question. We are quickly running out of time. We're going to take one more question. George has been patiently waiting. Go ahead, George.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, the first point should be really simple to answer. The third point should be fairly simple. The second point...
Please ask a question on a different issue.
Are you willing to show up for every council meeting if elected? And the second point is, what is the role of the elected leaders to their membership? The third one is, if somebody has some idea to start up a business, will you support an independent person having a business? But the second point is the main one. What do you think the role is of a councillor, elected leader, and why?
Okay, I think the question boils down to what you identified at the end there, what the role of a councillor is.
That was the second point. The first point, are you willing to show up to every council meeting? That's my point.
Okay.
Some councillors don't show up to every meeting. I'd like to know that first.
Okay.
If you're committed to a councillor, you should be there. Second of all, what is your role as a councillor? Third of all, if a member has an idea to start a business, will you support them?
Okay, it seems like a number of questions generally about the role of councillors. And we're going to try to get through this quickly as possible and not stay too late. I'll let the first person that's in line, which will be Art in this case, I believe.
Oh yeah, I make every effort to come to every meeting. I'm only human. There's times when I'm traveling on my little water taxi business. I can't make it. I gotta feed my family. My role as a councillor is to look after the money that's being sent by DIA. That's the mandate that we got from the Department of Indian Affairs. And as an elected member, we've been asked to sit on the caucus for treaty. And we have now are moving forward with an ECDEV person Joseph Isaac, and he just got hired, and he's gathering all the information, and if you want to do a proposal, he will make it for you, and he will, we at the band will support anybody that's got a legitimate, proposal on the table. That's been my main goal since I started in council a few years back, was to get as many of our people to work as possible. Thank you. Yeah, my responsibility to membership is to be as I don't know how to say it, as clear as possible. To see what I'd like to be as honest to everybody as I can be, and sometimes it's people come at you with fixed decisions, and no matter what you say, they won't take that as an answer. And we go to meetings from out of town, and things get out of hand. It got out of hand in here one time, and I was pretty sick when I was sitting in here. I was physically sick, and I had to leave because people were they had a fixed idea of what's going on and wouldn't listen to anything that we're trying to explain as a council. And whether I was sick or not, but I probably would have just walked out, because I treat everybody with respect, and I expect to be treated with the same amount of respect that I give out. My dad always said, you give me 1 ounce of respect, I'll give you 10 ounces back. And I believe that once we start doing that to our people, we're going to start accomplishing more things. My responsibility here is to come and listen to what you need, and I'll do my best to act on what you guys want. There's certain legalities around certain things that happen that we can't legally do. Things that we've been asked to do things, and I can't think of any examples right now, but the membership, if you look at the listing, according to DIA, membership is our boss. It comes to council. And it's down to our band manager. And the council has one employee, and that's what the people have been mandated to do. And yes, I agree that the treaty was flawed from the very beginning, because of what Chris was saying, because of what Kelly was just saying, and it wasn't valid votes. And but when you look at the rules and regulations that's put in there by DIA, at the pre-meetings for treaty, it's whoever shows up, 50%, 51% of whoever shows up. That's the way it's written out. So if we need to legally challenge that, then maybe it should start being done. Whatever the precedent-setting, if there's any precedent-setting criteria out there, I'd like to know about it, because do you think this group here would be able to tell me to go ahead with treaty or not? I don't think so. I wouldn't recommend it anyway. So that outcome was that's why I went to the second vote. Thank you.
So your first question was, are you willing to show up at every council meeting? For me, I am human, and things come up where sometimes I'm not going to be at every meeting, but being on council, I've learned for the past 2 years that I have been on, it's a really big commitment. And I like I say, I can't say I'll be at every meeting because things will come up. So that's an answer to your first question. And then you asked about what is elected leaders' role to membership. And I feel like Arthur just said that we are elected by the membership to represent their best interests and to make decisions that are in the best interest of our people. And that's what we try to do, and that's what, I'm always conscious of when I'm sitting at the table with the rest of the chief and council. So I feel that is our role, is that, the people put us there and they entrust us to make decisions on their behalf. And it's really important to listen to the people and to hear their concerns. So I hope that answered your question.
I think it's really important that you attend every meeting. Twice in the time that I was in council, I missed a meeting, and it ended up they gave themselves a little raise. If money's an issue, don't run for council. And another time I missed a meeting. Next thing you know, I thought we were on a 2-year term. Next meeting, I found out that they voted themselves an extra year. So, 2 times. So make sure you attend the meetings. I think at times you're going to be sent away for different meetings depending on a portfolio you have. So obviously you're not going to be able to attend the council meeting yourself. But one of the things that I advocated for, and the guys agreed to it at the time, was every time you go to a meeting that you had to bring back a report, however feeble it is, because it's our recorded history. We need to know what was said at that meeting that we sent you to. So, it ended up that people complained, I don't know how to write, It ended up that I suggested that we all get laptops. And I got heck for that. But we did. We all got laptops there. And I think it's been a bonus for our crew there. So, my responsibility to people that vote for me, I need to advocate for them on different issues in the community here. If they feel that they're being wronged or if they have an issue, they can talk to me. I can talk to anybody. Even if you didn't vote for me, I advocate for you. I've done that many times in council when I sat there. So it's a big responsibility. Sometimes the things you advocate for aren't in the best interest of some of the people. But you still have to do it because it makes things a little smoother for everybody. But I believe, Dora, that you attend as many council meetings as humanly possible. Because there's times that, like I said, you're going to travel, you could be ill, you could have family matters. So, those things, it's not a given that you're going to be there all the time. Okay? Will Bishop get up to dance? Yeah. Thank you.
Yes. As for, I am committed to attend all meetings, unless there's a health issue or a family crisis that keep me away. As for, view of council, it would be to push the Newfish people's agenda and not the Indian affairs.
Mr. Chairman, can I add just a little bit to what I said there? No? Okay.
No, I'm sorry, Stan, you're already over time and we have to move on.
Okay.
So many different things come into play when you're on council, and although I would love to say that I attend every single council meeting, it's not always possible. One exciting thing for me personally is to see more females on council. I feel there's a really balance between the male and female, and it's coming to play. I think we have 4 women councillors on council before, and growing up I only remember men being on council. With myself, I have a full-time job, and I work for the Village of Alert Bay, and most of our council meetings are during the day, so I can only speak for myself. When I've been able to attend council meetings, I've had to take vacation time or bank time. Very few meetings were held in the evening. After my first year, I believe I got a letter of reprimand for missing some meetings, and expressed once again, I have a full-time job, and if I didn't have a full-time job, I wouldn't be able to support my family. I think in my 3 years, we've had 1 evening meeting, which was unfortunate, and we went back to day meetings again. So like I said, I do the best I can to attend as many meetings as I can, as my role as a council member is to remember the people. It's easy to sit at the table and discuss issues, but one issue on the bottom line is our band membership. And I hope that we can get a big turnout for the election. This one, our advanced poll, which hasn't been mentioned yet, I believe, Jamie, is Friday, the 29th. And what is the time frame for that? 8 to 8? 9 to 9? Let's make this the biggest turnout ever for Numbley's First Nation Council. Have your say.
Thank you for the question, George. Like everybody to date, I think that attending council meetings, if possible, everyone, but I mean, there are realities of family life and health that can sometimes interfere, or business. And so I think that even if one doesn't attend, one needs to be informed and to be able to express and ensure that the rest of the council is aware of your views on the topics on the agenda. In terms of the role of a councillor and as an elected councillor, I see it as a position of trust. I believe that the role of councillors is to make decisions in the best interests of the community. That doesn't mean a particular interest or a particular faction of the community, but the whole community. So for me, it's about making principled, hear how one makes a decision. I believe it's important to listen to people because their views are important. And sometimes you have to have courage. Being on council is about leadership. And sometimes you're going to make a decision, and maybe many decisions, that not everybody is going to think was the best decision. But you need to be able to explain it and stand behind the decisions that you've made. I believe in entrepreneurship, so you asked a very general question, do I support people who want to start businesses? I think generally my answer would be yes. Of course, it would depend on what kind of business. I can think of all sorts of businesses that I wouldn't want in our community, and maybe we've got a few that, I wish we didn't have now. But in general, I think it's important that individual people have the ability to create businesses. I think that one of the things that I've heard already many times since I've been home is we have a lot of incredibly gifted, creative, artistic people in this community in all sorts of different ways. Not all of them are successful because they don't have the business side of it. So I think that's an area where this whole idea of independent business, we need to figure out some strategies on how to support that portion of our economy growing. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Yes, I think, like the rest of them, if you can make a council meeting, you make it. And then the other thing is to make sure that those council meetings are there when they're supposed to be. Because a lot of times we all got things in our calendar or book that we have to do. And if it's taken off, then you gotta kinda buggers up the structure a little bit. But other than that, yeah, I totally agree. And the role of the counselor, again, is to act in the best interest of the people and their needs and where they're going and what the community might want or need, and do the best you can to your capability of trying to make that happen. Again, I like working with the people. I think it's time we start developing our own. It's sometimes really hard to get by some of the people that we are working with to get to some of the best interest of our people's needs. And we need to fight, again, in the best interest of our community needs, our children, and providing some kind of structure that is visible, and we're doing it, and works there. And we've done a lot now. I think we've done a lot, and somebody said that. I think even Kelly made that comment when she looked at the infrastructure of what we've accomplished in our little island. But there's a hell of a lot more to accomplish now, and I think the time is right. The time is right for Nungies to fight for that best interest of our people. The best interest of our community to move ahead. I don't think we're going to get there by help of government and help of other people. The only way we're going to get there is by helping ourselves.
Thank you, Rick. Thank you, Greg. George, thanks for the questions. I think that the questions that you've asked get right down to the crux of the issue. And I think that a couple of them are quite easy to answer. Am I willing to attend every meeting? I'll attend every meeting that is physically possible to attend. But as other people at the table have spoken, there are things that arise from time to time, and I think that, you as the membership would have to accept that as well. I do believe. But I'm retired now, and I can't watch any more TVs. Yeah, what is the role to the membership? I guess I believe that a counselor, chief or counselor's role to the membership is representation first to all three levels of government. That would be the federal, the provincial, and other First Nations. When you're called upon to represent our people in the best manner possible, it was to make decisions on direction that we're going to be taking, or opportunities that come along. We're representatives, and we have a fiduciary responsibility to our membership to see that things are done legitimately as well. Oftentimes that there are contribution agreements, and sometimes I hate them. But when we sign a document stating we're going to do something as a council, or as a tribal council, then I'm a believer that, you uphold your honor by doing the things you say you'll do. If a member has an idea, would you support it? I'm a firm believer that banned businesses will not get us out of trouble. We have to go with individual businesses, whether it be supporting a man getting into the fishing industry with a crab fishing license or boat. Oftentimes we don't have the monetary, but you'd be surprised what the political support from a chief and council can do. Somebody might want to open a corner store or whatever. But yes, any legitimate business or idea that a person has, I would totally support it. And I really believe that entrepreneurs will be how we get out of this. We spoke earlier about the difficulty of keeping our youth at home. And when they come home, let's support them. Yep.
George, I think as far as supporting business, I'd like to see what whatever kind of business that we can have on the, village here would, the council would support it. And what is the role of the council? I believe that, the role of the council is, you get voted in, and we should be able to hopefully, at least annually, to have the mandate from the people, both Vancouver, Victoria, Alert Bay. How could you deal directly with business if you haven't got everything from the people and get some feedback from a general meeting? There's sometimes we've been quite a couple, 2-3 years without a general meeting. So I believe that the role of the council, when you get voted onto council, you have a portfolio, and I think that's one of the things that is really important. Whatever portfolio you have, if somebody from the community is wanting something, or having a problem, or they want something to go to the council, they write to the chief and council, and that letter would, dealing with whatever it is, whether it be housing or whatever it is, that person that has that portfolio would be able to hopefully deal with that, to work on it with the council. Those are things that I see, and I think that, one of the things that I see in council, and, we've got a good council. All the years that I've been in it, it's been a good council. And I believe the one that's there now is a good council. And one thing that I believe that if you're a council member, you've got something to talk about, you throw it in the table, in the middle of the table, and it doesn't belong to you anymore. It belongs to the whole council, and whatever comes up, the decision. I think that one problem is when somebody brings something to the floor of the council meeting, and they argue and argue, they want their point, they want it changed. But I think, if we bring an agenda to the council room and throw it in the middle, and I don't want to see no arguments in a council meeting, but, you get those, but to leave it in the room. Leave it in the room. If we were told by, the old timers, 50 years ago, if you have an argument, leave it in a room. You leave when you walk out of there. So, as far as showing up to every council meeting, I haven't missed one for 30 years. No, I think that you're going to go to the majority of the council meetings to be here, and a lot of times, a lot of the different councils are traveling. So, like I say, I think that the Lemke Span Council, in all the years that I've been there, have been second to none. All of them. You get some new ones, different things like that. And I gotta say, like Uncle Pip, in every meeting he'd say, "Oh yeah, we're Numblies. We're Numblies." He liked that. He told us, "Hold your head up. That's who we are." So thank you.
Can you repeat the question again?
Basically, there were questions about being a counselor. One is, will you show up for meetings? The other was, what is the role of a counselor in that situation? And I'm not certain how to frame the third part of the question. So you can expand on being a counselor however you like in answer.
Okay. So are you willing to show up at every meeting? Like everybody else said, things arise, things come up, people get sick, and sometimes it's not always possible. And if we are voted in by membership to advocate for our people, I think that's a big part of it, and to be truthful and to do the best that you can to answer the questions, to find out the information and pass it along to membership. And as for supporting small businesses, I think it would be good to see more small businesses in our community and keep the money that people earn here for to help us and our economy. Thanks.
Jamie. I'm getting tired now. Okay. I'm willing to attend every meeting. I take this very seriously. It's not just something to do. So I will give my best effort to it if I'm elected in. So that's what I'll do. I'll be at every meeting I can be. I support, and I wish we had more opportunity to have businesses like Culture Shock, more people being able to do that, whatever it is, a little kiosks or whatever it is. I would like to see more of that, so I'm in support of that. And I believe that my role as a counselor is once I get voted in here, that I step back. And then I'm not here for myself. There's no personal anything. It's not whether I want treaty or whether I don't want treaty. It's about what is the best for the people. I always thought that when you're in council, you're the lowest man on the totem pole because you're in service to all the people. That's what you do when you're a leader. It would be my job to just step aside and work and be in service for the people and find out what's the best and report that, hear what the people want, and bring that to the table. That's the way that I see this in a nutshell. So that's it. Thank you, George.
Art, I believe you're still to answer that question, right?
You went first.
We are pressed for time, as we know, but there's one pressing question, and I think we're going to hear it.
Yes, I'm not going to take no for an answer. I've been thinking about my name's Andrea Kramer, I'm Namnasolaka. What am I going to ask them? And I had a million questions go through my brain. But sitting here listening to all the questions and all the answers, the question that came strongest for me out of all my million questions was, we can have economy up the yin-yang, we can have education up the yin-yang, we can have land up the yin-yang, but what are we going to do and what plan do you have in place to deal with the drug addiction in our community? Because there's no use having heaps of jobs and heaps of more money going to heaps of more drug dealers. So I want to know, each one of you, I want to know what your plan is, in truth, to combat the drug problem that we have in this community. That's my question. Each one of you has to combat. What's your strategic plan? And when are we going to implement it? And let's hear from you.
I would like to say that in our community it is a huge problem. And just the other day I was talking to somebody about prescription drugs. That it was seen somebody came out of the drugstore with their prescription, a bottle full of pills, tossed that bottle to somebody else who then tossed it to somebody else. There's like a real serious problem, worse than the illegal substances with prescription drugs. And there's people, today it was so sad. I was driving down the road, and we came upon somebody in our community who was just right out of it. Flopping, and you could tell that he was more than just alcohol in the system. He looked like it was really sad. He was falling all over, banging his head. It's a real problem. And we all know it, and it's something that comes up at every community meeting. And there's so much that is being done to address it. There's healing and wellness workshops. You guys held one just not long ago. Everybody that has a skill around holistic health, whether it's acupuncture, whether it's massage, whether it's, there's all the ways that people in the community are coming together to try to address this problem. I think we need to start looking at, I'm not saying that it hasn't been looked at, but there's root causes why people are in addictions. And I think that until you deal with those hurts, those pains, and we know the residential school, there's poverty, there's unemployment, so many social issues that are wrapped up into why people are in addictions. It's a huge problem, and I for one, council talks about it, we hear about it. There's the Kwakwalati Center that's trying to address it. The schools are seeing it. It's a community-wide, North Island-wide, province-wide. It's a huge problem everywhere. And for whatever reasons that people choose to get lost in their addictions, it's about the individual. And when you heal yourself, when you decide that I'm going to address my issues, then you heal yourself, you'll heal your family, you'll heal your community, and you'll heal your nation. And I think it has to start with the individual. What other people try to do, and there's been many attempts at various things to address the drug and the alcohol, the substance abuse issues, it has to be up to the individual, as well as we provide so many services on this island. Ruby got hired. She's mental health. We had Masood here doing wonderful things. We have Rachel, and there's so many people in this community that are trying their best to help. So I think there's things being done, and for me, as a counselor, I think that we just continue down this path, and I think we really need to support people who are in their addictions and not just, God, what's wrong with him? Look at him. We need to start being compassionate and show empathy for people in their addictions and find out, what is it? What are you hurting about? I grew up in a home. My mother was drunk every day when I'd come home from school. She was an alcoholic. My reality, I stem right from my childhood. I am me. And today my brother, my sister Linda's drinking all the time. It hasn't left me. It's my reality. This is what I grew up with. This is what I see. It's not new to any of us. So it's an ongoing issue. And there are things being done in our community, and there's a wonderful resource, a network of people that we can tap into. And it's really hard for you. I feel like, together we've storms, we've got services in the community, we're calling in people, we're holding workshops. Maybe we need to just wrap our arms around people who are in addictions. Like the guy I saw flocking all over the road today, my heart really hurt. I felt like crying to see that. Because I grew up in a home like that. It's not new to any of us. It's a really emotional issue.
That's got to be a tough one, but what can you do about it? I think there's been many approaches over the years. I think during the Goldthorpe inquiry, the life expectancy of a 5-year-old guy was 35 years old. So most of my friends had already passed away. They passed away before you could deal with it, because that happened to be the norm for our guys, the young guys back then. Alcoholism's been with us for a lot of time. It was here during the good times when people were making a lot of money. And it seems to me that when you're down and out, I still don't understand how you could afford to drink or to do drugs. it's a pretty painful thing to watch. I know lots of people that are drug addicts, alcoholics. It depends on your version of being an alcoholic, I guess. Longo called me last night. I was having the beer, and he said, "I'm not going to vote for you." He said, I said, "How come?" "Because you're a damn closet drinker." He said, "No, I'm only having one beer for you." So there I was, my nephew. But when I was a kid, there was, drugs weren't, it wasn't in our vocabulary. There was no drugs. There was just a lot of drinking, and that was it. And I think for a lot of families, the drinking part really affected not just them, but the kids today, because of the actions of your parents and their parents. I know a lot of the older people didn't drink in that there, but I know my mom didn't drink. Auntie Ethel didn't drink. I don't think any of her, but when it comes to one of my other aunts, she kind of took over the rest of us there, so. I'm not sure just how you approach it. I think, the counselors that are liaison with the police, they've tried the best they can. I know all the years I was on council, we had two counselors that liaison with the police. They know who they are, but it's the same old thing. You can't do anything unless you catch them in the act. There's nothing you can do about it, even if you are high and out there. So I'm not too sure just what the real thing, what we could do with it. I think maybe we need different counselors other than alcohol counselors. We need drug counselors, trauma counselors. I think we need a trauma counselor down at the treatment center because I've often said that pretty much all the social issues that we have started from the residential school. And it just didn't start because you were there. It started because your parents allowed you to go there. So I have a fairly good understanding of the different things that happened. I was there for 10 years, even though my parents lived about 100 yards from the school. Never seen them. Didn't know my mom. I was there when my dad died, and he was just a guy. I knew he was my father. That's it. Everybody talked about what a nice guy he was there, but I think alcohol and bad temper got him, so I'm not sure just what you're going to actually do with it. I think a lot of training starting at the school level there with our children there would probably be appropriate right now. I think we need to get our kids there so that they can be taught that you don't need to be like your father. Because I keep telling my kids, because I'm a turkey, you don't have to act like me. So I know what I am, and I know how I act and that, and I have a hard time controlling it. So, but I try to ask my kids, don't do things that I do or don't do things that I say. But kids learn what they see and what they say.
Right. It's touchy subject, and it's scary, eh? I don't know, maybe you just have to, not such a big problem, I guess you'd have to maybe get some kind of new counselors or maybe even a psychiatrist or something, or come to the town and talk to these people or whoever, reach out for help, just have somewhere for them to go, maybe try to talk about their problems. Yeah, more counselors. Maybe just listen and give them direction, right? Where they can go and who they can reach out to and get some help. Yes, that's all I can say about that.
Wow, that's a pretty powerful question.
listening to everybody speak, I agree with some of our speakers that have talked about alcohol and drug problems. There being I don't know if you call it bone, a core reason why it's there. When I got pregnant with my son Frank, I chose to quit drinking, and I just celebrated my 20th year of being sober. My conscious choice to quit drinking was I wanted different memories for my children when they were growing up. And for me, my involvement with my kids mainly is sports and culture. I see in a lot of my immediate and extended family who got lost in the drug world, and it scared me enough to stay away from it. So I never explored that avenue. As for a strategic plan, I'm not sure if I have one. I've been to workshops with Bert Isaac, Healing Through Laughter. I've been to workshops with my mother at the Umista Cultural Center. I've been to workshops with my sister Andrea when she practiced Psychology of Vision, POV. And I believe it starts with yourself. I believe that the person needs to want to change and to have a safe avenue for that. I've heard some people talk about that some of our counselors are too involved in the community. At the City of Vancouver, you wouldn't see your psychologist at the drugstore. I feel that could be, I'm not finding the right words for this right now, that sometimes living in such a small knit community, you're going to bump into things like that, and some people use that as a crutch to stay stuck. One thing that I've worked on really hard since I decided to change my life is to change things so that if my kids are having problems, that it's their problems and not mine, not my husband's, not my parents' or my grandparents. So support systems, I've walked on drug walks and been to meetings. I'm not sure what other avenues we can explore. I'm kind of stuck on the answer for a strategic plan. I agree with things that are happening already, and I have no idea of what more we can do. I still believe in my heart that it has to come from someone wanting to change. So whether that be a safe place for them to venture out to find out what the core is, I guess that's an area to start. For me, it was just wanting things better for my children.
Thank you for the question. I think again it's a critical issue. It actually was a critical issue when I left this community. Back then it was prescription drugs, and the drug of choice actually was methadone. This was the place everybody on Vancouver Island could get a drug supply because there was doctors who were willing to write those prescriptions, even though they knew people weren't actually using them for treatment as was intended. I believe, like many of the other speakers, that the community has actually tried many of the things to tackle these kinds of things that Anne does with the police and with the Crown, and I think that's important. The key part, though, of making that work is whether or not our community members will believe and actually will stand up and say, we don't want this anymore. So we have all these wonderful plans and discussions with the police and the Crown about how we're going to proceed, and then nobody will actually stand up and give evidence. So we all know who these people are that are involved in the illegal trade, whether it's the prescription drug or other illegal drugs. So there's a certain part of this where we're not willing ourselves to take the next step and be responsible and accountable. I think there needs to be a dimension where there's support for people who are in addiction. And I like everybody else sitting at this table and all of you sitting out there, I've had family members, I've had my experience of dealing with drunks, of dealing with people who can't control their urge to drink, who behave really inappropriately when they're drinking. I've had a brother who came through addiction. My brother Andy is celebrating, I think it's his 24th year of sobriety now, when he gave up cocaine. I mean, but I saw him lose a lot before he made that choice. And one of the things that I guess it's really hard to sometimes accept when somebody you love is the one who's suffering, is they really do have to make that choice. I think our responsibility as a community is to provide those supports so that they will come, hopefully, where they will take out that hand that you stretched out there, and they will make that choice to change their lives. I also think that
there's a piece here around education that is not so much about drugs are bad for you. Because, I know there's the DARE program and there's other programs out there that exist. I think that it's around teaching our children and giving them the opportunity on how to make decisions. Because at the end of the day, it's them that decides, gee, wouldn't it be fun to steal some booze, to get somebody to buy us booze, get some drugs? Let's experiment. We need to get them much younger about how to make good decisions for themselves, how to help their friends make good decisions. So I think that's another piece. It's education, but it's also about teaching them to be good decision makers for themselves. And hopefully we're not having this conversation, 20 years from now. I also think that it's really important. You talked about some people get lost in their addiction. Some of that's about not seeing opportunities. Yes, I've known in my life many people with a drinking problem, but they actually are functional in the sense that they can hold on a job, they can still do what they need to do. I wouldn't choose to live my life that way, but they're actually still getting by, and they're not creating dysfunction for the people around them. We don't have that situation because we don't really have a lot of opportunities, and so it's easy to fall into a cycle of despair. So I really think on the positive side, building on the work that we're doing around, sort of the economic activity, looking at opportunities, strengthening our involvement with the cultural activities. I really love what Maria and them did in their family gathering a week or so ago. It's celebrating that young person and saying, you're now going to be a part of the adult in this community. You're going to have responsibilities, but you're also going to know who you are and know that there are people to support you make good decisions. That was just 3 hours. I came away from there feeling so empowered, and myself just felt uplifted by the experience. That's the word that was used earlier. So I think that there are lots of different ways to build on the support, and I think the community has been doing a lot. I think that the piece around the decision making is something I would strongly encourage, because I think at the end of the day, it's an individual person's choice. Thank you.
Thanks, Andrea. I don't know if I had a problem when I drank. I really enjoyed it. I look at this as a problem also. And one of the biggest problems I see, especially where these prescription drugs come into play. Again, I believe it's got a lot to do with government. Maybe I'm just anti-government, I don't know. But when they took their jobs away and stripped us of our jobs, a lot of our people were lost what to do with their lives, where to go. Decisions, and like somebody said, there wasn't much other opportunity. That's when I heard fiduciary mentioned. Yes, we may have a fiduciary responsibility to our people. The government has a fiduciary responsibility to the First Nation. And if the government takes something away from the First Nation that is economically strong, it's their fiduciary responsibility to give something back just as equal. And that has never happened yet to the coastal community. We've had a lot of little things come to us. The opportunity of jobs, and being proud of where we were and the structure of strength of our community, it totally stripped us. I'm mad at it. But there is ways of, again, I think of us looking at those opportunities. And love works in mysterious ways. It's been 10 years for me. October 3rd, last time I drank was when we had our potlatch, our family. I went out with my family and we had a good get together. Maybe as the spirits of the big house, I didn't feel the need for it. Plus, my wife was already a year in sobriety and couldn't have to support her. But I've had troubles. I think there's not a family in our community that doesn't have troubles with drugs. I had big troubles with my daughter. And trying to get help, going through the doctors and going through North Island people, and it's really hard. It's difficult. Difficult to get that help. Because that's where they make their money. It's their plan to give you those drugs, get you underway. And that is the worst drugs anywhere right now, prescription drugs. So, I don't know how we deal with it. If we try to deal with it, me and my wife tried really hard for years. We had a really hard time, even though we did get to some of those tables to speak to those people. It's a very difficult time to try to influence those guys to stop doing what they're doing and start talking to us about how to improve it. And yes, our guys hit on that just a while ago. There is people in play now that have been in play for the last few years here that are trying to help us. And it's a tough call. You know, my wife made that decision to quit when she quit. I made that decision not too long after. But I think it's an individual decision to make that happen. I know some of them can't. Some of them are too deep. But again, the way we were taught is just to stand by them and love them and keep hoping and keep talking that maybe someday it will happen. We did all those things. We went to Ottawa twice now and got denied about people and drugs and this and that. There's not a thing they can do about it. We would have to come up with some kind of recommendation on how to do that. I think we would have to come from our senior level. So that is my really little history on where I want to.
Thank you for that question, Andrea. But, my God, that's fully packed, that one. And as others have said, there's not a person in this room that hasn't been affected in one way or another by drug users and I'm not going to pretend to know what the solution is. I think it could, the way I dealt with it is, you start at home. You confront when you know somebody in your family is using drugs, you confront them with it. Not in an angry manner. Sit them down and talk to them about it. And oftentimes, they will talk to you about it. And then you seek your community support. And, especially the people around you, the people that are important and that person recommend professional support. But the thing that we about the youth and the elders and the connection and opening statements. Here's a good place to battle drugs. On the soccer pitch is a good place to battle drugs. And I know that I really feel bad because we as a community, we rely on somebody else to provide those, especially on the soccer pitch and those services for our youth. And I mean by we have no investment in them at all as a band. It's soccer clubs and things that work hard to get these people out. And I believe that it all starts back and if we're not working with them as youth, and it don't take long for them to get out of off the beaten path, so to speak, and you can show love. And I think the best way to combat drugs is to get it before it happens.
Well, I know about alcohol. I'm an alcoholic, recovering alcoholic. Remember, this room was full when George Chavello came in here. It was full. And I went up there and I asked him, how can we deal with alcoholism in our community? and he went like this. All of you have to deal with it. It's not one person's problem. How would you deal with alcohol? I mean, I'm an alcoholic. 25 years I've been sober, but I still, every day, I need help because of my alcoholism. You know, when you understand alcohol, you understand yourself. I have grandchildren and I have children that are still drinking. That hurts me. I lived suicidal for many, many years, wanted to kill myself. And people in this community have killed themselves, hung themselves, and we had this room full. What did we do? We all came here and we grieved. But did we do anything? I'm saying we. It's not my problem, your problem, it's all of our problems. Those of you who are in recovery of alcoholism, you know how hard it is when you see your grandson walking and falling and all these different things. Your children, daughters, sons, with drugs. How do you stop it? You can't give them your clean time or your drug time. It's so powerful. So powerful. And how it's going to stop in this community is that we all got to deal with it. Not just one day, not just one after we have a hanging or we have a shooting or somebody takes their life. Every day we have to do something. And it's not just the council. It's all the people, the families. You know, I've heard some of you people say we've had workshops. Well, we should have workshops. Because all we do, we get up all together, we open everybody up, and we go back in our corner again. Somebody dies. We go out and celebrate. Or drink because we're sorry. Somebody dies of alcoholism. We go out and drink and drown our sorrows. How many people have we seen up the Legion? Or down at the bar after somebody's died? The very thing that killed them, we're doing. And I see what he says. When you ask us, what are you going to do about alcoholism? We should continue to come together. All of us. Sex abuse. All the different things that have happened in our community. We've all heard it. Some people, 100 victims, 50 victims. What do we do about it? What have we done about it? And Phil Lane was telling us, we asked him how does it continue to happen? He said, as long as the leaders are in addiction, your community will never heal. Pat Alfred said, he said, one day there'll be more of us than them. When you talk about recovery, talking about it. That's the way I see it, Andrea. You know, like I think we all have to do it. I think one workshop is not enough. It's got to continue. You know, we the council deal with people not paying their bills. And there's people that say, why can't them guys pay their bills? I bet you the policemen there have seen a lot of this. People with problems. They don't pay their bills because money goes on drugs first. We've seen it here. Residential school, $150,000. Who's got a new car? The guy that got the $150? $50,000? No, the drug dealer. He's got the new car. Or she's got the new car. So what do? We've got to stop, all of us. The police told us, with Art and us, if you think somebody's got drugs, phone them up. Continue to phone them up. That's how they build a case. So do I phone the cops when I see my grandson? He's telling me about all the dealers today when I was with him. There's some new stuff in town. Do I say anything? That's my fault. So, drugs is not gonna stop an alert pay and alcoholism until we all continue to get together in this community and keep going after it. Every day, every day, every day. If you have one workshop and open everybody up, all you got is a bunch of sick people. Maybe it's better to leave them. But I know when you're an alcoholic and a recovering alcoholic, it breaks your heart to see people, our relatives, our kids. Every time somebody dies here from drugs, it just breaks my heart. You know? So it's for all of us, community, I believe, all of us. And I thank you for your vote. And always a cop around when you need one. Yeah, and always an electrician around when you need some watts. So thank you very much. It's getting pretty late now, collectively.
Yes, that is a good question, Andrea. And we do have a big drug problem in our community. And it's a big problem, and I think it's very difficult to deal with. Like Kelly was saying, that I think if we start and educate our children at an early age to say no, that's a start to make them aware that the temptation is out there, and that they make the right decision not to use. In the schools we have the DARE program, and it doesn't start at, I think, until grade 5, 6, 7. And maybe we need to start younger than that. But that's all I can think of. Thanks.
That's awesome. I'm getting fired up. I think we should get on a march right now. Well, I don't know if I've ever had a time living without drugs and alcohol affecting my life. Maybe when I was really, really young. But it's been a part of my life for a long, long time now. You know, it was alcohol, then it was cocaine, then crack, and pot, and pills and crack. And if I named the people that I know that have called for pills and stuff, it would make you guys sick. Like really, really, really sick. Like I'm just like, I don't even know where to begin because of it. Grannies, grandfathers, you know, and the thing is that it's so deep in our family. Parents doing coke with their kids, with their daughters, their sons, and how do we break that? How do we break that? How does that child come with their son and with your mother, or your father, or your granny? I'm not sure, but I believe in us that we can make a change. And I believe that the way we're going to get out of this, and the way that we're going to heal, and the way that we're going to create a different path, is to commit that we need to decide that we want something different. I have been so blessed in my journey to see miracles happen. And some of you might think, what a goofball, idiot, what the hell is a miracle? But I've seen an elders council come together, and this person came and asked for help from that elders council. That elders council said, Shelley, you're going to do this, this. I did all those things, brought these people together, and the offender and the victim, they sorted out their stuff, and there was no love lost between them. It was a beautiful thing, and that was the first time that I felt hopeful that we can heal sexual abuse, that we can heal addictions. But you know what I really believe where we're going to gain our strength is from the big house. We've got to go back to the tradition. Ain't nothing. We've got all the answers there. We've got all the love there and all the discipline. And with that love It's gonna come order, it's gonna come discipline, and it's gonna come oneness. Our nephew Moses, what happened for Moses was a perfect example. I would bet my bottom dollar that boy's gonna be a doctor or something like that. There's so many of our kids who hate themselves. I was one of those kids. When I was a kid, I effing hated myself. I don't even know why I hated myself, but I did. And I felt dirty. And because of that, it took me down a path that I didn't want to go. It wasn't until I got pregnant with Trevor, I got pregnant with Eric, and I realized, holy shit, this life, I don't want to be here. I wanted to go somewhere over there. I didn't know how to get from here to there, though. I had no idea how to get from here to there. And I think the reason why I got out of there so quickly was because my mom and dad changed their path. And because of that, I think that that's my biggest strength, and that's our biggest weapon against for my children. Because my dad and my mom live for my kids. But I believe that we make it way too goddamn easy for drug dealers, for starters. And if none of you know, I went up to some drug dealers and yelled around, made a big scene, told them to get the hell out. They caught the next ferry. And you know what? I seen them a couple days later, or maybe it was a few days later. And I came driving, I got off the ferry, came around, and I realized it was them, and I went speeding after. I don't know what I was thinking. Honest to God, I went speeding after them, and I drove and I watched them. When I talked to them the first day, I told them, you're somebody, you don't need to be doing this. You could be helping people instead of killing people. And they were almost crying. When I seen them the next day and I didn't catch them, they were laughing away, but I have not seen them again. And I bet you they will not sell to my family member again. So that, we have to stop making it easier. And if we go into the big house and talk about the dealers, that's where the spirit is. That is where our power is in the big house. There's no separation. We're one heart. We can't lie. We got to be honest and truthful. And you know what? That is where we're going to get our help from Spirit. Spirit is going to clear the way and help us. And I would be scared. If you were going into that big house and you were going to talk about drugs and what we're going to do with it, I would be scared shitless. I would be. Because that's where it's at. That is our answer, I believe. And if I was the chief, that's what I would be doing. I would be doing more of that for my grandkids, for my granddaughter. And that's what we'll be doing from now on, because love is the answer here. Love is the answer. You got any more? You got, I'm real fired up now, Jamie. Thank you, answer. That was good.
Thank you for that question. It's a very important one. I've been on this for the past 14 years as your counselor. I've been different partners. Chris was one of my partners on the RCMP liaison. And then I'm currently with Robbie and Art Sonacy. Robbie and I decided we needed RCMP's influence with us at the table, and we do have a community consultation group, and we hear from the probation officer for the provincial government every so often, and we meet once a month. Robbie and I were on the Cormorant Island Addiction Committee. It's now been moved over to Fort McGill and called the Regional District Addiction Committee, and we've been kind of left out of the loop. And 14 years ago, a family member just about died of an overdose. At the meeting we had, we called a community meeting, and there was 120 of us. We all had the same idea. We all had the same worries. As a result of that meeting, a couple of meetings later, we had a march from way down the other end of town, and we marched through our village, and we walked, and with signs saying, drug dealers not welcome in our reserve. And consequently, Arnie and I were the first liaisons with the RCMP, and we had more meetings, and every meeting it was just cut in half, from 70 to 35, from 35 to 15, from 15 to 7, from 7 to just a committee. And the last meeting we had, it was Arnie and I. And it's at that moment, I was just about crying because everybody had lost interest. There was no more, did you hear about? She just about died. So, we had a drug meeting here. And one of my sisters up front here made a quote to me, and by your silence, you give them approval. And I made that remark at that meeting. And we had a whole brainstorming and everything, and we were to have a meeting a month afterwards, and that didn't happen. And I've gone out and given direction to our administration to go to other tribes and find out what they've done. They've come back with a lot of different things, marches and walking around houses and telling drug dealers that you're not welcome here anymore, get off the reserve. I asked about how it had done there, what they had done, and they actually kicked a few people off the reserve and legally with the RCMP, but it wouldn't hold up in court. And that's where our problem lies. Until they're actually caught in the act of the drugs and the money being exchanged, there's nothing you can do legally. And when I had a meeting with the new boss here, he came to our council meeting and he just told us right to our face, nothing I can do. All you're talking about is hearsay evidence of new people that moved into Colleen's house, our relatives there. And, we can bar aliens off of our reserve, non-band members. That's about all we can do. But band members, we can't. So the legal entity of everything that's happening, is the legal aspect of everything that we're doing. We can't do very much. They'll come and support us if we try to remove a non-band member off the reserve. They'll come and support us as long as to make sure there's no violence. That's all they can do. And until there's absolutely proof positive that there's drugs on the premises, they can't do a thing. Either somebody volunteering to go buy drugs and go and turning it over to the RCMP down the road. That's the only way you can do it. That man will go and testify in court. Yes, I bought so-and-so. That's it. So, I would really like to have feedback from the band members to tell us what further steps we can do. Please let us know what we can, what it is you think we can do, because this is a huge issue. And at the last community consultation meeting, the biggest problem now on this reserve is prescription drugs, and they're even mentioning doctors' names that are freely giving it out. So, and I'm not allowed to tell you who. So there's a lot of confidentiality stuff. What happens on our reserve as a councillor, I can tell you names. But what happens within the RCMP office, if they ask you for confidentiality, you got to abide by it, or you can get in trouble too. So these are the things that's going on. Please, if you have any ideas that are different from what I've just talked about, put it in writing and put it in the council boxes, and we'll bring it to the council table and see what we can do. And a lot of times we have to get legal advice from our lawyer Dan Ashcroft, before we move on anything. So that's about all I can say about it. I've been there for 14 years, and it just seems to it comes in waves. You know, it'll get really bad for a while, and there'll be a lot of violence, and then it'll settle down, right? You know, but you can look at all the deaths that's happened in the last few years, where it points directly to drugs and alcohol, and it's not just that; it's all different kinds of addictions too, right? You know. Thank you.
Okay, this concludes our all candidates meeting. It's been quite a marathon. Thank you everyone for attending. Remember that people that were candidates that were absent, they are still viable candidates on the ballot, so you can vote accordingly. I urge you all to share what you've learned tonight, and please come and vote, either by your mail-in ballot or in person here in Alert Bay, and any member, wherever they live, can vote in person if they happen to be here in town. We have an advance poll on Friday, this Friday, on the 29th from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. at the Elders Center, and of course, Election Day on Friday the 13th, 2013. Thank you.